Hello everyone. KJ, good to see you. As other folks tune in, it'll be good to see you all as well. Uh, welcome, welcome back. For the Call of the Ludo, how are y'all doing? I'm doing super well. Honestly, I'm having a really good day. I think I'm gonna have a great time. Oh, wow, that was loud. Okay. Uh, I'm super excited for today's game. Like, I think it's gonna be a good time. I think it's gonna be a really fun time. So I'm super pleased. But yeah, overall, I'm having some really good days. Doing a bunch of work for PAX coming up. Then working on some other really fun creative projects. And yeah, just generally feeling good. Weird to say, possibly, but you know, for the March vibes, I think it's going great. Chaotic Raven, it's good to see you. So, before we get into things, I do have a couple of announcements. First and foremost, if you haven't heard yet, we're going to be at PAX East. So if you're in the New England area on March 23rd, so just 2 weeks from now, heck, less than 2 weeks, panic a little bit. Thursday, 2:30 p.m. At the in Boston. You can see me with my good buddy OSP Blue talking about historical games, why we hurt ourselves, and some hot tips and tricks to not go crazy. So, I highly recommend that if you're in the area and able to make it. We are going to try and record it and be able to show it again after, but you know, the live experience, as you all know, is better. So, definitely, if you can, stop by there, or just keep an eye out on the PAX floor. You all know my face, I don't know yours, but I'd love to meet you. So, if you're around and see me, do come over say hi. Next up, let's see. Coming up, our next stream on Tuesday is going to have some nice just chatting about games news. I'm gonna try and keep an eye on what's coming out. But if you want to talk about stuff in historical games news or any of that jazz, bring some stuff with you. Right, send them to me. Post them in the Discord or any of that stuff. And right, we'll have some time to just talk before we get back into Kingdom Come Deliverance for the first time in like 3 months or something. Last big announcement is that I'm experimenting with ads. When we had our quote unquote business meeting a couple weeks back, one of the things we talked about and people expressed an interest in was just right how we're showing ads on the channel to help make it more sustainable. So I've theoretically turned off the automatic ads. Instead, basically every hour we're going to run a 3-minute ad break. So I'll flag that. We'll make it an actual like scheduled commercial break. But if you are getting ads in between those, do let me know in chat. Just leave a comment. Because you're not supposed to be. So if Twitch is like ruining our experience anyway, we want to know that to be able to adapt accordingly. So yeah, in general, we're going to experiment with that for the next couple weeks. We're going to see how that goes, if that kind of improves the experience or not. So do let me know what your thoughts are. But yes, I think that is enough beginnings. I've got a bunch of stuff coming down the pipeline, especially in the next few months. Like, chat, did you all see? We'll talk about it on Tuesday. But did you see that Gangs of Sherwood game? Oh boy. The games news is hot and spicy for the historical games scene. So it's going to be a great time. Is it Robin Hood? Yeah. Technically. But yes, that is a problem for us on Tuesday. So we'll have some good waffle mancing over there. But today we're checking out the game that is currently free on Epic Game Store, called Call of the Sea. And man, this game looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, immediately, super strong vibes. Super good music. We should get rid of Spotify. I don't need you anymore. Spotify, go away. There we go. Fox Robin Hood is kinda, well, yeah. Uh, Obviously, it is impossible to beat Reynard slash Robin Hood. But, that's going to be a multiplayer game. And I've got some friends who have previously researched Robin Hood and Robin Hood adaptations professionally. So, it's going to be good. Anyway, that's a Tuesday topic. Today's topic, 1934. Definitely not Eldritch Horrors. We promise. There's definitely Eldritch Horrors. Right, when I look at this, also, I suppose, just a heads up, we're not going to be playing well. Like, today, there's going to be a whole lot of attempting a wrong play just to poke at the history, poke at what we're doing. So, we are going to spend a lot of time staring at stuff, but you love that anyway. Don't worry about it. My immediate vibe is, firstly, the aesthetic goes extremely hard. The aesthetic is so good. The music was so good. Like, listen to how good this music is. But, right, we are in 1930s. We are in an island in the Pacific. And there's giant fish statues. You know what the vibe is. So, right, when I look at this, what I am immediately thinking of is that this is not particularly intending to be set in more than the loosest terms in 1930s, like, historical reality, global economic crisis, everything sucks. I'm not expecting a whole lot of any of that. What I am expecting is that this is a tradition of pulp fiction that starts out in the late 19th century, and specifically in the 1940s and early 50s, right, those radio dramas. Those radio dramas that are set in the 1930s, but are all about the traditions that will give birth to Indiana Jones, to Tomb Raider, to Uncharted, right? I'm expecting a callback to all of that, much more than I'm expecting a callback to super rigorous historical research of the 1930s. And that's okay. That is a super fun, like, I probably should acknowledge the 1930s are a rough time, and 1940s radio dramas and Pulp Fiction have super problematic relationships with colonialism. They're also my guilty pleasure. Not so guilty pleasure. I refuse to be ashamed from the thinking that they're just honestly a lot of times a lot of fun. So, we're going to thoroughly enjoy ourselves, and, given that we immediately have the subversion of that, we're playing as as a female protagonist, is definitely a subversion of the radio dramas, so we'll see how far that subversion actually goes. Anyway, thank you for the anonymous gift sub to Ailey. Super appreciated. And yeah, I suppose that's the last announcement. Chat, if you do enjoy this at any point and are you just tuning in, say hello, drop a follow, and if you really like this, consider dropping a subscription either with Twitch Prime, which gives you a free subscription every month, or for just a few dollars a month, you can help support the channel. You can also head over to Patreon by clicking the link in chat if you like this to help support it even more. Now, I realize I forgot to turn off my heater, so I'm going to do that real quick, and then we will get into the game. Alright, let's do it. Text language, English. Oh, wow. They've got pretty good options here. Wow. Wow. Okay. So they've got English, Spanish, Japanese, Korean, French, Italian, German, Latin American Spanish, Russian, Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese, Polish, Chinese, Chinese traditional. So that's pretty robust. We love that. Yeah, no Dutch though. Yeah. Darn. Alright. Man, what a strong aesthetic. Why did my camera just freeze?
What? What was that? What are those voices?
Spooky. Alright, hold on. Please hold. Uh, when I'm clicked into the game window, my camera freezes. We're going to open up my other camera. We're going to be on Jank camera today. Then, so please hold for just a little bit while I get that set up and active. Why did it do that? Goofy thing. One Jank camera later. Alright. So this one is still going to be fine, but this one's going to be janky. Okay? It's a mystery. I don't understand. I don't understand why that happens. I need to do some experimenting to figure out why virtual cameras don't work. And if I need to rush getting a new actual camera, I guess we'll do that. Anyway, Jank camera works well enough, and well, we should immediately be thinking of Cthulhu, right? We had spooky language with far too many apostrophes. Spooky language with far too many apostrophes, check. Rune stones, check. Fish people, Shadow over Innsmouth, check. Basalt columns that suggest that we're secretly in Ireland or Iceland, check. You know, because originally in Call of Cthulhu, right, Aurelia is in the North Atlantic. So having very particularly hexagonal basalt formations is exactly right. Bioluminescence, check. A door, not check. Why is there? Game is kinda quiet. Thank you for letting me know. We can fix that. There you go.
I've been here my entire life. I'm trapped in here.
Yes. Man, that's a nice... Okay, but if you're trapped in here, at least you have nice furniture. Like, goddamn. What a beautifully carved nightstand. Old-timey lamp. Stairs. Well,
These stairs. I'm climbing these stairs again.
do we have fishy powers? No, that's a good question. What do all of our buttons do? The A button does nothing right now. The X button does nothing right now. The Y button does nothing right now. The B button does nothing right now. The D-pad does nothing. Bumpers do nothing. The triggers do nothing, and my back buttons do nothing. So my options are I can look around, and I can very slowly swim. Let me out. Let me out. I can see the sunlight. No! Darn invisible ceilings.
I need to get out. The voices are calling me.
Alright, a little bit of psychosis.
My old music box. It's broken. I have to fix my old music box. I have to get it. I have to...
And it was all
Those
a
horrible
dream.
dreams again. I've had them repeatedly ever since my mother died and left me that music box in her will. Harry always said that old family heirloom had something to do with my family's strange disease. If the doctors won't give us an answer about your illness, I'll search for one myself, you said.
We have fatal plot
And in
disease,
that
chat.
search, seems you lost yourself. I don't think I'd ever...
Pardon me, madam, but the island is in sight. We'll be lowering the boat in just a minute.
Oh, thank you so much, Captain Hodgson. I'll be right out.
Shadow over Innsmouth reference number 2. Also music
Alright.
boxes. Yep.
Time to gather my things.
Why are music boxes always used in horror media? You know, that's a great question. I suspect there's like 2 parts to it. Right, firstly, they're not super popular these days, so if you want to create something that's like out of time, right, something that's discongruous with contemporary aesthetics, a music box is one of the most classic ways you can do that, because they're just not really popular anymore. The second thing is they're a tone that's like nothing else has, right? Being metal, right? Metal picks that are then plucked, is again a tonality that's super weird, and so that pairs super well with those super like vibrating strings thing. Yeah. Just tinkling along. Also, when they start slowing down, right when the clockwork starts winding down, and it slows, and the pitch goes funky, like it's weird. Yeah. The suitcase that transforms into a clothes rack is awesome. True. Like, excellent traveling trunk. Like, the aesthetics are so good. Man. The aesthetics are so good. Anyway. So, apart from us having, fatal plot disease and or fish, the not so subtle implications that dream in this first moment to me is, of course, the thinking actually of something that's a holdover from early Pulp Fiction, and is, to my understanding, actually starting to become a little less popular in 1930s or 1940s Pulp Fiction. Right, there still is, your damsel in distress, your femme fatale, your whatever, right, those tropey female characters. But, right, 1880s through 1920s Pulp Fiction, very much inherits Victorian and Edwardian understandings of gender dynamics, and so the idea of, feeling trapped in a house, right, the idea that there is this trap that needs to be escaped from, and, the expectations, or the music box, and, Lovecraftian horror adventure, being a tool of escape, to me, rings very clearly of Edwardian gender dynamics and, the suffragette movement's discomfort. Exactly. Insert the yellow wallpaper here, though. That is, I mean, honestly, that's a really good one. Both, unwellness, right? What would be in the Pierre Nose invalidity, and gender being rolled up together in an environment that ends up being claustrophobic and entrapping and bad. How do you define Pulp Fiction?
Captain
That's-
Hodgson has a very particular taste when it comes to decor.
Where's Meerkat when you need him? We've got flags on boats. We've got substitute flags for naval signaling. Come on, where's our resident boat nerd?
I think I've overpacked.
You think you've overpacked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 suitcases and a hat box, and you only think you've overpacked? You only think? Good lord.
What was I thinking when I brought all these dresses on this trip?
True. It's doing you some trouble to not just gush? Good. That's a good sign. Also, you can pick up this game for the grand total of free.
Merveilles de Mer du Sud. Marvels of the Southern Seas, I think.
Also, they give us a nice convenient date. November 1934. How very handy. So, you know, we are upper class British and therefore completely insulated from the Great Depression.
I received
Southern
a
Sea.
mysterious package.
The
at
Southern
my
Sea,
house.
not the Seven Seas.
I stored all its contents in my locked suitcase.
Package to Nora Everhart. From something in Tahiti. One package, October 9th, 19... No, I'm going to... You know, I'm going to assume that it is October 9th, October 9th, 1934. I'm going to assume it is... Oh, yeah, duh. Englewood, Colorado, October 10th, 1934. I was like, is this supposed to be day, month, year, or month, day, year? And I was like, I feel like this is supposed to be American. So I was asserting it was going to be month, day, year. And it paid off because the postmark is from Englewood in October 1934. Interesting. So are we a rich British woman who expatted to Colorado? Why did we expat to Colorado?
I'd better cover up my hands before I leave the cabin. I wouldn't want anyone thinking I'm a circus freak.
Oh dear. Diary.
Ah, the amazing adventures of Nora Everhart, art teacher.
Curious things from my journey. Nora, remember this. 506 something something, in November 1st, 1934. I finally arrived in Tahiti. Finding information about Harry's expedition is turning out to be a tough row to hoe. That's, yep, that's an idiom. I think I must have walked over Papeete, asking about them, but nobody seems to know anything. About that place, 74 miles east of Tahiti. Some locals mention an island, but I won't say anything else about it. It's like they think the place is cursed. I met an English sailor, Captain Hodgson. He knew some of the crew members on the Lady Shannon, a whaler. Apparently the ship took an American expedition to an island east of Tahiti. According to Hodgson, it's been months since he last saw the Lady Shannon, or its crew. Oh, I missed some bits. Oh well. Like every good sailor, the captain is superstitious. Do you think I'm mad? I'm not going to risk the lives of my crew by going to that cursed island, he said. After 3 days of begging, I managed to convince Captain Hodgson to take me close to the island. Save your money, Miss Everhart. Leaving me alone will be payment enough. I think there's a sweet tender heart inside that grumpy old sailor. Aw. Sweet. Been months since you'll see Terry's last letter, postmarked San Francisco, and the answer to your illness might be found in the Pacific Ocean. I'm hoping his silence is only due to a delay in the postal service. July 14th? Last night I had another of my vivid dreams, but this time something was different. I saw a strange island looming in the distance. In the heart of the island, a huge stone obelisk rose up before a mist-shrouded mountain. I woke up drenched in sweat. I keep waking up to odd dreams in the middle of the night. Still no news from Harry, and it's been 3 months already. Damn this disease of mine. My husband is missing and I can barely walk for a couple minutes without getting exhausted. Oh. October 10th, 1934. An enigmatic sentence written on a photo of my husband, an ancient stone relic that looks like a knife, a brass key with the letters CW engraved on it. All three were in a package I received yesterday, postmarked Tahiti, no sender. Find him. 74 nautical miles of Otaheite. After leafing through a couple of history and geography books, I found that Otaheite was just the ancient name of Tahiti, the same place the package came from. What does all this mean? Anyway, my mind is made up. Even though I still feel woozy, I have to give it everything I've got. It won't be easy, but I'll find my husband whatever it takes, even if it means going to the end of the world. Following Harry's train, I caught a train to San Francisco. In the Madison building, I found out that on May 25th, Harry bought 6 passages to Tahiti on the SS Caramel. Tahiti again. On a side note, I'm not sure if it's the fresh air or the sea breeze, but I feel much better. First, I'll see Tahiti on an ocean liner. If I don't find Harry there, I'll have to find a ship that will take me to whatever is 74 nautical miles east of Tahiti. This isn't going to be easy. or cheap either. October 23rd, 1934. I miss the sea so much after Harry and I moved to Denver. I love to sit on the deck and watch the moonlight playing on the water. It's so comforting. Well, yep, Denver's not a good place if you like the ocean. Can confirm.
I love this song.
Great place for a lot of stuff,
I'm
but
definitely going to miss this bed. Falling asleep to the ship's
you
rock
diagnosed
was
fish.
delightful. Oh my, I have the worst memory. I forgot the combination again.
Oh, come on.
Thank goodness I always bring my journal with me to write things down.
Seriously? 506.
All right, now it's open. I saw this island in one of my unsettling dreams. I drew it as soon as I woke up.
Well, what an excellent drawing. I mean, I know you're an art teacher, but come on. Still an excellent drawing.
Harry Everhart, my husband, my partner, and my dear old pal. A brass key with the letters CW engraved on it, and some enigmatic instructions.
See? I mean, another one of my absolute favorite tropes in adventure games. The fact that the objects are like physical, and you're able to kind of actually look at them, use them, do something with them. Excellent.
This strange and sharp relic came in the package I received at home.
What a strange knife.
This strange...
Oh, we're not taking our comfy sweater?
We're all set, madam. The motorboat is ready.
The motorboat is ready. I know we're in the Pacific, but come on, Chad. It is a time-honored tradition that I am handling perfectly. That if you're going to have a run with eldritch monsters and/or fish people, you need to be wearing good knitwear. Come on. Whether this is Bioshock, whether this is the actual Call of Cthulhu, or whether this is us being streamers, bring your good knitwear sweaters.
Okay, Nora. From here on out, you're on your own.
We'll die sweaty and overheated, but looking good. Exactly.
Lower the motorboat. Be careful with Mrs. Everhart's equipment, lads.
Alright, I'm excited to get into this.
We'll be back to pick you up in 3 days. I really hope you find your husband there, madam.
I hope it too. I'll see you in 3 days then.
Oh, we have a time limit.
But please be careful on that island. You know what the legends
No,
say
I
about
fully don't.
I'll take care.
I fully don't know what
Thank
the
you,
legends say about it.
Captain
Please
Hudson.
do tell me. Chapter 1. 74 miles east of Otaheite.
Well, here I am, in the middle of the ocean after traveling across
Unreal
half the
Legend.
world.
Yeah. Well,
Just miles away from where my husband is supposed to be. You left
excellent.
a year ago to search for a cure for my affliction. Your letters kept me close to you, but suddenly they stopped coming. What happened, old pal? What did you find? Whatever it was, it led you to hire a crew and set sail from San Francisco to Tahiti. And from there, to this place. An island in the middle of the Pacific that the locals refuse to even name.
You came at the call of the
Everything
1930s?
is familiar. So familiar. As impossible as that may sound. Is this the island
We
I
had
dreamed about?
7 suitcases and a wardrobe
This
suitcase
can't be a
and a hat
coincidence.
box. Also, we might be a fish. I'm not going to guarantee that we're a fish, but we might be a fish. You know, for this island being uninhabited, those are suspiciously, tool manipulated sticks. That's not a good vibe.
Breathtaking, idyllic island, surrounded by deadly reefs and protected with stakes to keep anybody from entering. Why?
Okay, the waterfall's a little loud, folks. Game.
There's definitely something strange about this place.
Oh, good. At least she's genre savvy. Thank God. Thank God that Nora Everhart is genre savvy and also realized, hang on, this is an uninhabited island with an awful lot of sharpened stakes attached to it. I was going to be worried.
Okay, Harry. Let's see if I can find any trace of you around here.
Cause, yeah, this is what we call... Oh, look at the fish. Hi, fish. Let me pet you. Let me pet the fish. Aw. Anyway, these are 100% man-made. Those don't occur naturally, which means someone landed on either there's someone living here, in which case this could get spicy real fast, or people came here, realized it was bad vibes, made these, and then fucked off, which is a different kind of spicy. Anyway,
Attempt. So somebody was on this island recently.
that someone is making
A
a...
miniature va'a, a Polynesian outrigger canoe. Beautifully crafted, too.
Fantastic. Look at the toys. Oh dear. No, let me take it.
A miniature va'a.
Aw. I want to take it with me. I want all of the shinies. That's a machete sheath. Do we have a machete? Well, we can take this one, I suppose.
A note written in French. I only understand 2 words. Île and mort. Island and death.
Chat, wanna help me? Wait. To whoever reads these words, we something, I assume sinned for profane? Or transgressed on this isle? Would be my guess? New is not a difficult one. Then we read these words, we have offended this island and only found death. Don't go any further. Looks like there's some grammar. Alien magistrates both agree that there is some grammar going on. But yeah.
It must be a warning about the dangers of the island.
We have transgressed on this island and only found death. You sure we can't take the sword with us?
This machete is completely worn down. The blade is dull.
You can fix that. You can I mean, yeah, I need some polishing, but you can fix that. Oh. Can we do anything? Let's see, we can walk. We can open our journal. We can look at things that they let us look at.
I know it's just resonance, but I do love listening to the sea in them.
Hello. We cannot sprint. We cannot sprint. We cannot jump. We cannot do anything. Also,
Looks like it opens from the other side.
once again, these suspiciously, meticulously crafted. Suspiciously human-made things. With crab claws? Either crabs or weird monsters. Right? That's an awfully big crab, though. I'm gonna go with weird monsters. Also, yeah, with very, you know, woven ropes. So they can't be that old. And also, don't think I haven't noticed the chains of shells that have been laid around. This is a place that is used and used actively. Like, these don't last super long. What's a transatlantic accent? I accidentally mentioned this. So, actually, you know, that's an interesting potential. Transatlantic would be probably of British descent from a colony. So, right, specifically Caribbean colonies, would be an option.
I feel quite good. I dare say I might even walk a little faster than
So,
usual.
but yes, Magistress, if you want to take it away, 100% feel free to. Family who are voice actors. Well, yeah, that'll help. Also, let me get close to it. Hello.
These wooden figures are called Unu. This seems to be telling a story.
I mean, he's cute. Also, people also worship people something mountain. A spot in the mountain in the center of the highest peak, presumably related to the obelisk that we saw. And great. She's so well educated, exactly. Transatlantic accent is one that's designed to bridge the gap between American accents and British or received pronunciation, so BBC received pronunciation, and posh American accents. You Google them and Unu are actually from Tahiti. Yeah, this game seems to be like, and immediately something that's impressive is that this game is doing a really good job on balancing actual Polynesian things. Also, Reed, hello. It's wonderful to see you, and yes, we might be a fish. Howdy, you have a conference paper? See, you lurk here, and then you procrastinate, and then the stress makes you write a good conference paper. I understand. And thank you for the anonymous gifter for gifting that tier 1 sub. So right, we got an Unu and we got a Va'a. So they're already showing more awareness of Tahitian material culture than historical Pulp Fiction did. I'm just saying. They have already 100% shown more awareness and care for Tahitian material culture, and that is pretty exciting. Oh, hello.
Those markings seem to represent the sea. I'll make a note of them in my journal. It might come in handy.
Excellent. We have found a secret. And we're going to get to decipher pictographs, which we love. And I'm still, you know... This is bone. This is, I mean, that's a nose. I'm going to say this is a this is a cardboard cutout of a dinosaur that happens to look like bone. Don't worry about it. Any sign of the influence of Protestant missionaries in the Pacific yet? No, not yet. We are, an art teacher from Colorado who has a mysterious illness that somehow gets better when we are close to the sea, and we are on a quest to find our husband. Another Unu, with giant lizards. Yeah. I'm suspicious of the giant lizard vibes. Also with the, like, very neatly laid wooden or stone platforms. And the rope. You sure we can't take that rope with you? Like, man... What are we doing? Why are we surviving with cardboard cutouts of dinosaurs? We found Cthulhu. That didn't take long.
May
True.
look peaceful, but clearly somebody wants to keep outsiders off this island.
Someone I think wants to keep everybody off this island. But look at the flowers. Oh, they're so pretty.
What a lovely flower offering.
Agreed. Mind if we just yoink that one with us? Fish people are so cool, you wish fish were real. True. Man, fish and birds are theoretically cool, but tragic that we don't. Tragic that fish aren't real, and as every meme on the internet will tell you, birds are all secretly government
tool.
spies. Maybe we should not be here, but we got a mysterious photograph. How else are we supposed to do that? A nice knife. Can we take it with us?
This box. CW. Those are the initials on the brass key.
Yoink.
It opens it. So whoever sent me this key was here.
So looks like in a stone underneath the flower or next to the flower offerings,
This
there's a
is starting
dial
look like a
to do
scavenger
stuff.
hunt.
Yeah. Shaking my head, why is it always indigenous people depicted as worshipping ancient eldritch deities? Whereas my suburban American congregation trying to decide to worship the old ones? True. But I'll be curious how much this game tries to subvert it, because I suspect they could subvert
From
it.
what I've read, the Polynesians don't need doors. So why build such a big one?
Well, let's see if they give us any hint. So there was a storm, and some people got separated from this one. They got carried away to this island. There was battle. There was a battle that involved a giant lizard. One person fled, traveled back to the other place. Oh, they were doing human sacrifices to the giant lizard.
What? Someone carved my name in the back of this Unu.
Oh, they were doing human sacrifices to the giant lizard, and someone escaped to warn everyone else to stay off the island. All right, we're getting fully into that sort of narrative. That's fine. This is fine.
Well, look what's hidden here.
I'm sure nothing bad could possibly happen. And puzzle. And lever. And another lever.
Well, that did something. It works.
You reread The House on the Borderlands recently, got reminded again how much pagan gods were depicted as ancient, or primitive people, worshipping eldritch beings.
This may be the first time I trespass a private property. My childhood in Newburyport wasn't exactly the most thrilling thing.
Oh. So, turns out, is not posh English, is a New Englander. Newburyport, Rhode Island? I'm pretty sure it's in Rhode Island. And if I remember correctly, even, not even that far from where Innsmouth is supposed to be. Let me check on that. No, sorry, it's in Mass. Sorry, it's in Mass, not Rhode Island. It's Essex County. It's, oh god, it's like 2 hours north of, like, hour and a half north of me. All right. Newburyport, Mass. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, this is not subtle. Newburyport is the next town up from Innsmouth in Shadow over Innsmouth. It's the next town up. It's in they're both in Essex County in northeastern Massachusetts. So, yeah. No, I think we can very, very safely say, yep, her disease is she's a fish. God, no. And, Facundo3268, thank you for the follow. No wonder she didn't feel good when she moved from Fishland to Denver.
Is that Harry? Harry, you were here.
The Everhard exhibition,
You were
June
here and I
24th,
found you dead.
19...
Where are you now? Where is everybody? Where did you and all your crew go?
A great question. Oh, good.
Lady Shannon? That name sounds familiar.
Let's...
I'd better check my
Oh,
journal.
come on. That's not... It's the ship. Like, what does... It's the It even says on the document that it's a ship, because this is an administrative form, and they're actually pretty clear. 6 people, fragile instruments, several boxes with equipment, weapons and explosives, supplies for 3 weeks. Signed, Harry Everhart. Alright, fine. We'll check the dang... We'll check the darn thing. Do they go? Do they set up camp somewhere? Bot 6 on the SS Carnell. Yeah. See? The Lady Shannon. A whaler. By the way, actually, I want to take a look in the journal here at the photographs, because the photographs are, like, super fun. Old photographs are great fun, though they all have, you know, really good survival conditions when they're found in games. Oh. Gee. Puzzle games. Puzzle. Who could have predicted? But right, they... in extreme tropical conditions, and being just exposed like this, I'd expect the emulsion layers on 1930s photographs, which are probably, I guess,
been
albumin,
years since I took such a
potentially
long
with a platinum.
This fresh air is doing me wonders.
No, it's the being a fish. It's the being a fish next to water. Like, you've heard of a fish out of water, and it's you. Come on.
I can feel the air is denser here in this mangrove swamp.
But yeah, right, it's probably an albumin platinum print, with those super dark grays. Don't quote me on that, because there's no way to actually tell whether they're using a silver nitrate emulsion or a platinum-based, emulsion. But in either case, right, albumin is egg whites. That's what's used to expose most historical photographs. So...
Rays of sunlight shining through. Another symbol.
like... bugs will eat them. Emulsion. So, historical photographs.
Now that I've crossed half the world, I wouldn't mind crossing the other half.
True.
But I have to do it with you, old pal.
Aww. Sweet. So, a photograph, like, strictly defined, right? If you just, like, think about, I don't know, famous photographs in your textbook, those are technically probably not photographs. Those are technically probably prints derived from a photograph.
This sort of pond is a Polynesian fishing technique. There's another symbol inside it.
There you go. That's super cool. Big fan. Artificial ponds to create a little eddy that fish are gonna get stuck in. Great. But there's kind of, I guess, 2 components to a proper photograph. There's some kind of support. That's usually paper, but for certain types of photographs can also be a metal sheet or glass. Ambrotypes are probably the clearest example that use a copper support. And then there's what's called the emulsion layer. So the emulsion layer is going to be something that is light reactive, and then when you dip it in a chemical emulsion, it's going to react with that. So oftentimes it's a silver nitrate emulsion for black and white photographs. So when you dip the emulsion layer inside the emulsion liquid, they react based on the amount of light exposure it got to create patterns of light and dark that replicates an image. Most emulsions are going to create a negative, so right, the longer something is exposed to light, the darker it gets. So the most reflective, brightest parts of a scene are going to create the darkest things on the emulsion. So that's where you get like glass plate negatives. If you take a glass plate negative and shine it through onto another emulsion layer, paper, right, albumin with pigmentation backed on paper, if you shine something through the glass negative onto that, you create a second photograph that is the positive. So that recreates the original scene. So that's why like old photos need to be exposed in dark labs, because if you don't...
This reminds me of those slot machines that Haley and I saw at the Atlantic City Pier. But a Polynesian version.
Well, that's the sea. That's the sea. That's the sea. Then I saw that one, then I saw... that one? We'll see if that does anything. Aw. I've got all those... I've got the symbols, I just don't know how they put together. A compliment. You can listen to me explain old photography production for ages. Oh, no.
Mechanical bridge? That doesn't fit in with Polynesian traditions either.
True. The compliment's pretty easy, is that Nora did her reading. God, there's so many historical right, so many of these, like, pulp adventure stories, cough, Uncharted. Well, actually, Tomb Raider, I think, is probably worse than Uncharted for this, where they just kind of vibe into things and, haven't done their research to know what to expect and what's anomalous. Either they magically know everything, or they just weren't doing their research in the first place. And this game seems to be pretty good at, like, knowing what is the relevant material culture.
What a beautiful mountainous landscape.
And, you know, creating a coherent aesthetic in the world, and one that our, quote-unquote archaeologist, I mean art teacher, but filling the role of the pulp adventure archaeologist, has actually, like, read up on and paid attention to, and has some idea of what the fuck's going on, and is reacting to anomalies in the landscape instead of just going like, oh yes, this is all fine, my Inca tech...
Oh my, this is so beautiful.
Right, instead of being like, oh
What
yes, my
are
Inca
these
tank
birds
is
called?
definitely a coherent thing.
Lorikeets.
Yeah.
Where's lorikeets?
No, she's actually like having knowledge recall and read up extensively on a subject. And that's great. Actually has bothered to learn stuff? Exactly. And there's all of the symbols. Ah, hell. But has read up on the birds, and look at how good the birds are. I mean, you want a bonus free compliment? Burb.
There are lorikeet feathers scattered around this unu. I'll draw the symbol in my journal.
Burbs.
Polynesian chieftains make their head ornaments with lorikeet feathers. What a lovely souvenir.
Yes, take it with us. It's a feather. They're good feathers. Oh hey, and this is the thing that didn't open in the first place. Yoink.
That's convenient.
Yeah, it is. Ah, I'm loving this. It's great. Also, you know, flora or fauna that, you know, makes sense in the world and has cool, fun stuff going on. Thank you, Burb. Oh, what good burbs. What good burbs. Nora is very dedicated to leaving things as she found them. We appreciate the ethics, but my shiny gremlin brain wants to take everything. Right? She is being more ethical than I am, and we love that for us, but I'm shiny. You still want a knife? True. And I don't... Why isn't there a birdhouse in there? Wait, there's writing on the water chest? I completely missed that. I'll have to... I have no idea where that is. But I will poke around for it. Likely wise if any of this stuff is super cursed. Well... Yeah, well... The chest... Oh, on the edge of the map, the barrel... Am I blind? I don't freaking have any idea where this barrel was. I literally don't know. I literally do not remember. Oh, hello. I understand. Sumatra Queen. Well, I guess I'll go down there and take a look. I literally did not notice that that barrel existed. Oh. It won't let me. Okay, I have to look down from up there. Okay. Let me...
This
There.
looks like cargo from an earlier voyage, long before Harry's expedition.
I literally totally missed that. Thank you all for being observant when I am not. Ah, beautiful. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Nora's immediately a better pulp protagonist than most of us. And certainly most of the tradition she's coming out of. Partially by virtue of being a fish. Alright, we already saw that one. You know this island is probably spooky, but you want to go here? True. Now all I have to do is figure out what the order is. Like, I've identified all the symbols. I've taken notes of all the symbols. I just have to figure out what order to put them in to lower this very suspicious bridge. I'm betting our journal has an order implied to it. So let's take a look here. That's strange, Polynesians don't use doors, much less mechanisms to protect a door. When you reach the island, I've got to open it. Nora dear, this is no ordinary island. Yep. We have noticed. Okay. Mountains, sun, fish, ocean, burb. Not that that necessarily tells me... So this should be burb. Right. Burb. This one should be fish. This one should be ocean, right? Mountain, sun, fish, ocean, burb. Mountain, sun. Mountain, sun, fish, ocean, burb. Aww. I didn't do it. Oh. Well, that would be why, because it's supposed to be actually in order of what makes sense. Alright, alright. Sun is above a burb. Is above the mountain. Is above the ocean. Well, it's that creating a coherent, like, thing that makes sense. How dare they?
Well, my ticket across the river then.
Goofy thing. Well, in this extremely peaceful scene though, we're actually gonna very quickly cut back over here. Cause chat, oh, I need to tab out there. There we go. We are actually going to take a brief ad break. This is something I mentioned at the start of the stream, but I am experimenting. We talked in the business meeting about better ways to make ads less obtrusive, make sure we're not missing good historical content, while also acknowledging that ads are like super duper important to keeping the channel running. So we're going to take 3 minutes here, where we're going to just run an ad break. I will put up a nice scene. I'm going to go get some cold water, use the restroom really briefly, and stretch. I recommend you all do the same. But yeah, we're going to take 3 minutes here, where we're going to take an ad break. And then we'll be back with more Call of the Sea, so don't go anywhere. Alright, welcome back everyone. I realized I should probably next time remember to put on music, for the when the ads are running for all of our subscribers. But as a reminder to folks, subscribers are supposed to get ad-free viewing on this channel. So if you have Twitch Primes and want to drop them over here, since you do get one free subscription every month if you have an Amazon Prime account, or want to support the channel by dropping some subscriptions, that gets you access to 19 fabulous emotes, ad-free viewing experiences, and helps keep the channel running much better than ads. But yeah, thank y'all for sticking around through that. Let's hop straight back into it. Well, oh god, the waterfall is so loud. The waterfall is so loud. But man, I'm enjoying this greatly. Like, we haven't even needed to pull out the Orientalism yet. We might still need to. We might still need to pull out the Orientalism before we're done. Well, almost certainly need to at least a little bit. But you know. Thus far, the game is doing a surprisingly good job. Maybe a smidge. What you're saying... Oh. It's pretty. Pastels. Maybe a smidge. The cardboard cutouts of lizards are suspicious.
How long have I been walking? I've lost track of the time.
Chapter 2, The Everhart Expedition. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, since we are talking about 1930s radio dramas as or 1940s radio dramas as the primary reference point to this, it is sometimes a little bit fun to be talking like you're in one of those dramas. So tune back in for news of the bold and daring Everhart Expedition.
His crew might have stayed here.
Oh, heaven help us, he's doing the voice. Hey, look, it is such a fun voice to do. I'm not gonna pretend I'm good at it, but my god, is it a fun voice to do. Well, why do old-time radio announcers sound like that? It's just like, it's the genre style. You gotta speak fast because you don't have a lot of time, and particularly in America, right, that sort of aggressively mid-Atlantic accent that is just part of the genre style. Even when, like, the space constraints go away,
I've never cared much for games of chance.
You still see that, where, like, I don't know, what was it, the Flash Gordon adventure ones, like, those are long enough form, radio dramas that you don't super duper need to fit, like, panic about it, or like the War of the Worlds radio drama, right? The narrator sounds like that, but then the actors don't, and so I think it's mostly just genre conventions.
Blowing an ancient hatch with dynamite sounds like a fool's errand to me.
9.5 feet is a safe distance. What? Y'all, that is the... I don't have a meme for it. I don't... Dang it, where is,
Ooh. Looks like someone didn't like you very much,
blah
Harry.
blah blah, I'm so clever. Look at me, I'm so posh. Friends been reading Lord of the Rings over the phone to you, and every time you get to the part of the books where they recap the book before, they do the 1940s BBC Newsreel announcer voice. See? Excellent. I'm realizing that there's a notable absence in my Stream Deck meme collection for Heinrich Schliemann and Monkeys with TNT. But, you know, name a more Victorian Edwardian archaeological goal than we are on a treasure hunt. Let us use high explosives. Oh, well,
I'm
the
not
gun's
sure
gone.
what to expect on this island, but I hope I won't regret not having a gun.
Oh, well, that's a difference.
Nice comb.
Truly. Really nice comb. Big fan.
Who worries this much about their appearance in a place like this?
Indeed. Look, how else are you supposed to become... How else are you supposed to be the dashing, heroic savior who accomplishes everything if you do not have your brilliantine hair gel with you at all times? Come on. Get with it, Nora. How dare you be... Just because we are in the area of radio dramas doesn't mean you get to slack off in your appearance. Come on. They might secretly be filming.
Looks like this fellow was a real heartbreaker.
Indeed. Man, the photos are so nice. Man,
Quite
these...
a looker. A fashion model, maybe.
To Roy, the best stuntsman in Hollywood. Well, that explains it. He's from early talkies.
His real name was... Costas?
Roy. Costas Apostolo. 5844 West Manchester Avenue, Los Angeles, California. In case of death or accident, notify Athanasios Apostolo from the same address. Well, I was at an exhibition. Oh, yeah, Heinrich Schliemann. Yeah, oof, a Winchester 12 gauge Mark
They were packing a lot
M12.
of heat when they came to this island, but they took all the guns with them.
Only 5 shells attached.
They
to
were
them?
packing a lot of heat when
All
they
right.
came to this island, but they took all the guns
Well-
with them.
You know, having a Winchester probably dubious, but also probably when it works helpful. Well, I take it
This enormous stone slab looks like a mechanism to get up to the outcrop.
indeed. Suspicious fish people elevators. Well, chat, that needs... God, I need to create an adventure game bingo card. Chat. I've got the document here where audio's gonna cut out for the game, but that's fine. I've got a document here. As we see bingo card stuff, I feel like that's a good use of our time, is that we create bingo cards. So. Pulp. Adventure game. Bingo card. Suspicious elevators. If I could type, that would be helpful. And overabundance of dynamite. Steal all the shinies. Warning displays. Booby traps. I think that's a good place to begin. Right? Suspicious elevators, an overabundance of dynamite, steal all the shinies, New England protagonist or important side character, overwrought warning displays, and booby traps. Oh yeah, surprise Eldritch shenanigans. There we go. It's a start. It's a start.
The Everhard expedition. They set up camp here.
They sure did. What are they doing with all these crates of stuff, though? Like, these are just boxes for the sake of having boxes. And that's a long way to haul. I've got another one. Actually, I've got two more. Dream sequences. And puzzles that miraculously unsolve themselves. Oh yeah, and a convenient environmental skeleton. God, this is gonna be the easiest bingo card of my life. I'm so excited. Like, this is making the Viking bingo card, or the, video games but Nordic bingo card, this one right here, look difficult. Because, oh man, these are all in everything. Hello.
Looks like some of the crew members didn't get along too well. A forbidden ritual?
He's warning us about those ruins. He says that some sort of forbidden ritual took place there. Indeed. Why is that one in a convenient box? These ancient geometric stone structures are not Polynesian. What purpose did they serve? Who took that photo and developed it? An excellent question. There's nothing that looks like a oh. Well, we are constructing the bingo card, but you know, convenient environmental skeleton. Audio guides. There are, let's look. Photography styles 1930s, no negative. There are, thank you for the check historical photo development processes. There are silver bromide paper. Which one does, there's a few that I don't remember which one, but one of them, doesn't need a, create a negative, that it just works. Van Dyke brown prints, no. Pigment prints, no. Oil printing, no. Bromoid? No, bromoil creates color prints. Solution of silver nitrate. Gelatin prints. Yeah. They're potentially gelatin prints like this one. So it appears these are almost indistinguishable from collodion paintings. Collodion being a cellulose tetranitrate. but gelatine is used as the binding agent, use into the 1920s, but they're expensive. But yeah, because they're toned with salts of gold and platinum, they're wildly difficult. This is not collodion, right? These historical ones in game are not collodion, because this is gonna have more sepia tones in it, versus being that pure black and white. Potentially cyanotype. Hang on. Let me. Cyanotypes usually turn out more blue. Let me show you some examples, right? Those usually turn out blue, but they could be colored to be darker. Right? They're hence why the name is cyanotype. Platinotype, maybe. Yeah. Honestly, I'm still thinking that these are. Because this is gonna be color. Gun printing is gonna be color. I don't know. Let's check out what Van Dyke Brown prints look like. Yeah, these are what we tend to think of as like super old-timey photos, but look at the color grading on these compared to what's in game. Right? If we compare these two, well, I actually need to locate one in game. Lol. Let's go back over here. Well, potentially, right? That's definitely a maybe. 1 and 2 and 1 and 2. Those are fairly similar, so some sort of brown print might actually be used here. It's just sometimes difficult, but like something like this one that has that really rich, pure grayscale, that's not a brown print. Obviously. My guess is that's probably platinotype, because look at how good platinotypes are. Like, they are my personal favorite of old photographs. Like, these give you beautiful grayscales. Right, there's one from the National Portrait Gallery. So you can see just how... Oh, I'm on the wrong page. There we go. Let's try that again. But like the dark grays and that pure grayscale on it is just phenomenal for like mood lighting. So, that's great. You like autochromes. Autochromes are fancy, but autochromes are expensive as hell. That's okay. But yeah, so, right, it looks like there's probably a variety of photographic processes, but yeah, it still does beg the question of who the hell is developing all of these?
So now you believe in magic, old pal?
Aw, Harry's being based. Also,
Polynesian man covered in tattoos. I'm not sure if he looks angry or scared.
He doesn't want to be near
What well?
the ruins. Why is he so afraid of that well? So, I mean, look. Harry is being based, but this other guy, whoever this other guy in this photo is, officially deserves do you see the shit, Edward Said? For falling into all of the tropes. This is not exactly a surprising development, to see them criticize, or to see that the quote-unquote bad guy, we can infer.
An amulet with a carved Marquesian cross. The symbol represents balance and protection.
Right. We can probably infer the bad guy in the lore of the expedition, because it is a classic, right? Look, if we were following Harry instead of Nora, chat, on a scale of 1 to 10, how similar is this to the plot of Atlantis: The Lost Empire? No, don't spoil it.
Little fella.
100% don't spoil it. solidly an 8. Are the compounds for picture making stable? Like, could you take them on a journey? Yeah, you absolutely can. You need to be a little bit careful with them because obviously, transport
river
methods
cuts
aren't
through that
necessarily
canyon. It doesn't look
stable.
safe to cross.
But right, what it really is the solution of a silver salt most of the time. Right, either a silver or a platinum salt. Often a nitrate salt. We'll see.
Damn it. Someone on the expedition died.
Fair.
He seems confused, as if he was having a hard time writing this down.
Scribble, scribble, scribble. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the medical tank on the flat outcrop. After what happens, underlined, I better find out more about the well. Circled. Dr. DeWitt.
They
Yes.
used the emblem as a headstone for Roy's grave.
Oh.
This one resembles a shark.
Oh. Roy died. Tragic.
A farewell message from a friend.
Aw. Roy and Frank. Guess we'll have to finish our game in the afterlife. Rest in peace, Pally. Straight motors, branding. 4 of a kind full house straight, 3 of a kind, 2 pair, 1 pair, aces, 10s, jack, queens, and kings. Aw.
I never thought that this expedition would cause anybody's death. I'm sure Harry never thought so either. If he'd
Aw.
known this was going to happen, he'd never have come here.
Aw. 50 pounds American dynamite.
Explosives. Looks dangerous.
Looks empty.
Did they use all the dynamite?
Exploding cultural
I haven't
heritage.
been close to a grave since my mother's burial.
Frankly
Shortly
absurd.
after she died, my lovely Dalmatian spots, as Harry used to call them, appeared. We thought it was nothing at first.
Indeed, you thought it was nothing. We've been here already. It's the gun and the other thing. But Roy Granger, Hollywood stuntsman, and not his actual name, did not make it through this. F's in the chat, folks, for the resident Hollywood heartthrob.
Oh, I must have found the luxury huts. Pretty swanky.
Indeed. Pretty swanky.
I've seen Harry keep even restaurant checks for bookkeeping. He would never tear up a piece of valuable information.
Oh boy, stitching together old things like it's a jigsaw puzzle. Well, that's one corner, that's one corner. This is on the bottom edge, so... Papa. Papa. And... Don't love that. Become as crab. Those aren't... They seem to represent creatures. Oh. Hold up. Do this correctly, please. 1, 2. They seem to represent creatures. Thank you. Represent sea creatures. This can go up there. This can go there. I think there's a piece missing. Certainly there's a piece missing in my construction. Cause this ain't lining up. Let's just move all this up. Cause those match the lizard, the turtle, the lizard. The end of the lizard. This. This. The something and the octopus. And this presumably goes over here. And then it's just this one for that. There we go. They seem to represent sea creatures. Family symbols. The order of the symbols is important. What's the connection with each tiki?
It's been ripped out of something else.
Well, so that's our answer to the puzzle. Now we need to locate the things, which is somewhere, in order to create a thing, to do something, to do stuff. Right. I'm very good at summarizing plots. Stingray? Yeah, probably a stingray. Yeah, that checks out. Cool, a map. Does that go
No
up?
drawings.
Does the suspicious elevator go up? Yes. Mr. Everhard, I still don't
Frank
understand what
seems to feel
happened.
guilty for
Roy knew
whatever
just as well as
happened.
you and me that the black
I'm
ooze
really
was
bad
highly
for him.
volatile. Should never believe when we said he had your permission. It won't happen again, Frank. Black ooze. Black ooze? Object here,
Interesting.
question mark, ancient mechanism, question mark.
Considering how poorly Harry draws, this isn't half bad.
Let me read the actual printed materials, even though they're all coffee stained. Don't do that. Don't put your coffee. Coffee's good. Don't put your coffee on the corner of your documents. Come on, I know it's a good vibe, but don't do it. It hurts me, and only me.
You put together quite an expedition, Harry, and all just for little old me.
And the
My
hail
dear
hydrant.
old pal,
Aw.
I know you won't ever read this letter, but I'm accustomed to writing you and it comforts me in this strange place. This island is riddled with secrets. So many secrets. But I'm not only talking about mechanisms and contraptions, Nora. I dare say that something on the island clouds one's judgment. Otherwise, I don't have an explanation for Roy's
Huh?
actions. The man was arrogant, impulsive, and a little cocky, but he was no fool. We weren't friends by any means, but he didn't deserve what happened to him. Nobody deserves that. We may have made some progress in finding the cure for your illness, but at what price? I miss you so much, Nora. Harry.
He may not say it explicitly, but Harry blames himself for Roy's death. I know him too well. And I miss you too, Harry.
Let me read the... Okay, I mean, yes, these are copy... There's like 4 documents here. This one and this one are the same document, just twice, so... But still, I want to read them. Let me read them.
The Harry Everhard I know would never have given up on this. Something must have happened that kept him from solving it.
H.W. Everhart, University of Denver. Ah.
Black ooze. In a telescope?
It is the black ooze.
Other planes of existence. That's bats.
Oh dear. Tillinghast Spectacles Lens Aligner, an unsurpassed technological device from every point of view. After a specific alignment, this device concentrates the resonance wave spectrum in an optical impression. Observing the lens will affect the subject's pineal gland, allowing them to gaze into other planes of reality outside the spectrum we consider our dimension. Special features: adjusting outside revolving shutter, chain take-up, extra large house with spare condenser holder, double magazine rollers, heavy brass terminals and connecting cords, heavy extension legs, 4 of which are 11 by 1 inches in diameter, a very substantial stand. Price with telescope, $225. Price without telescope, $175. Property of Crawford Tillinghast. All right, reserves. What? Science fiction? Who could have predicted it? Tell
This
the others.
explains why the campsite is nearly abandoned.
Oh dear. Tell the others to back up as fast as they can. We have to get back to the Black Sand Beach. Something's happened to the ship. Bring only what's indispensable. How dear. Only moderately distressing.
Something's missing here.
Indeed. How?
Jeepers! A stranded ship.
Well, that's what's happened to the ship. I suppose I should go check that out, huh? I don't know, chat. I think we should explore in here first. Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Where did you get this strange device, Harry?
Killing gas spectacles lens aligner. Oh, jeez. There's so much happening. Oh, good lord. Okay. So that moves horizontally, that moves vertically. Ah. That doesn't work. Oh. Am I out of oomph? Oh, yeah, I am out of oomph. I understand. So I have a limited amount of lens to work with? Yeah. I can only have a certain number of points. So I need to be as efficient as possible in doing something. I don't know what that something is, but we're trying to do something. Well, I'm sure it will all be okay. There's a fish. There's a fish in that lens.
I'm not really sure how this thingamajig works, or what to do with it.
Also, for the bingo card, way back has been conveniently destroyed. True.
The parts of the tiki on this column seem movable.
They sure do. Why are they movable? What am I I don't have an answer to what I'm supposed to do with these guys. Because those don't line up. Those are for something else. I can make a lot of very spooky faces. It's going to do something. How dare. And I can't do anything that direction, so somewhere in here there's a sign that is going to tell us what to do for the... Well, hello.
Broken, but I might as well
That's the
draw what I
stingray.
can see of it in my journal.
That's the stingray. And then up there is the octopus.
It's some sort of Polynesian coat of arms. Is that an octopus?
Right. This guy is the guy that we
Could
need.
these tikis be some sort of guardians?
Oh. There's tikis everywhere.
They're
Oh no.
composed of 4 pieces.
Oh dear.
What a delicate piece of craftsmanship.
Oh dear. Hello, Toggle Monster. Good to see you. We are playing Call of the Sea, which is currently available for free and is currently very good. It's very much, honestly, right, for this being in equal parts related to, you know, pulp adventure games. So, let's see, 3 crowns, pupilless eyes, green mouth, and Hanses. For this being, pupilless eyes, and Hanses. That did something at least. Oh, there's 2 green mouths. I think I have the wrong green mouth. I do have the wrong green mouth. Hey, stay Hanses. That's the same one as what's down below. Is one of these not... You are correct. You are correct. And then that asserts that you are correct. Anyway. Attach a person in particular with each cabin in a shield. Yeah. I would agree with you that it is a tent is a person is a there's a tent, a person, and a shield that all associate with each other somewhere. I just don't know how all the pieces quite fit together yet. Like, there's something spooky in there. Anyway. Order the symbols, and what's the connection with the tikis? I would agree. Anyway. Where's that thought going? There's a thought somewhere, and I just need to put it together. This game owes obviously a lot to your Uncharted, your Tomb Raiders, your Indiana Joneses, right? The tradition of media that comes off of pulp radio dramas. And we're enacting a decent number of the tropes from those. This surprises nobody.
Tiki, like something straight out of an adventure novel.
Don't lampshade yourself like this. A video game.
Something missing here.
A video game. Don't you do this to me. I just said that. Anyway, the thing is, it reminds me of like Nancy Drew and movies like The Leech Woman. Yeah, also a great shout out. Because Nancy Drew is, you know, to me it seems like quite straightforwardly. Oh, indeed.
Something's missing here.
Like an evolution associated with the an evolution of the pulp radio ones, of the youth is now a youth instead of the grizzled adventurer pseudo-archaeologist. And instead of solving ancient mysteries, they're theoretically solving modern crimes. And conveniently also ancient mysteries, right? I mean, what? Hardy Boys? And Nancy Drew is the feminist reimagining of Hardy Boys. And Scooby-Doo is the comedic reimagining of Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys. And so all of that owes significant amounts of DNA to this as well, 100%. The plucky action heroes of silent films, exactly. A extremely relevant thing. I would be super interested for that. I don't have the knowledge of silent films to be able to do that, but it, you know, would be a super interesting project. But what's also interesting is that this game feels to me like it owes an unusual amount to Bioshock. Oh, there's an audio guide I didn't read. That probably is important. In that we exist after, like, yes, there is a story that we are a part of that will probably intertwine later, but in a substantial way, we are currently witnessing a story that already happened, so we walked in like 90% of the way through the plot. And that's, so having to do, you know, environmental storytelling and problem solving for people who the story has by and large already happened. Oh. Well, we could brute force this. Where'd the audio guide go? I fully missed it. But right, the mysteries broadly already happen. Instead of there's great chases involving punching Nazis or something. I have a notebook. Maybe you. Wolfie, I am looking for a thing that I forgot to listen to right now, not just trying to brute force a puzzle.
Let me record it. So, you said you've been on this island before.
Yes. Some years ago. I made
Yeah,
a
that's
rookie
fair.
mistake. I did it from my fishing route to go to what looked like a better spot. Less than an hour had gone. By when suddenly, my canoe overturned. And I got this lovely souvenir from that mistake.
Heavens, what gave you that scar?
It's not a what, but a who. I don't know. I didn't get a good look at it. But it seemed like a sea creature I never seen. Anyway, I was lucky enough to reach that Whitesand beach. The one where we landed on the island. A man came 3 days later and got me out of there. He brought me to the port of Papeete without speaking a single word. Time passed, and I promised myself that I would go on with my life and forget about this damn island.
Why did you agree to return to the island then?
I need to
Interesting
know
question.
what happened to me, to discover the truth. I don't know if you get me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Audio Guide, for giving us characterization. But, for what you wanted to know, right, the tikis are... Yeah, I see the potential there that the tiki, that like the top part of each tiki might have an association with the various symbols. I see where you get that from. Like the turtle is emulated on the top two of the top left one. The big question, right, there's a piece missing of how do the piece missing is just figuring out the exact order in which the two associate. Right, I think it is absolutely correct to say that, you know, this particular combination is associated with the wreck. And this particular combination is associated with, well,
Something's missing inside that emblem.
the turtle upstairs. And this particular one is associated with that. The question is, right, the question that's left is not one of what the puzzle is, but rather what the starting point is. Right? Where is the starting point for these four pieces? Right? Because these I have them set up correctly, right? They do match. Like, guy with tongue sticking out, and crest, and that, and that. All of these are lined up like they are on the other objects. The question is one primarily of what is the starting point. Is it supposed to be the turtle lined up with the fish? In that case, the puzzle's solved. So you're suggesting that it might be... So, Raptorus, what you're suggesting is that the top section should be the one associated with the turtle, the next section should be the one associated with the shark, the next one should be the one associated with the ray, and the bottom one should be the one associated with the octopus? That's entirely plausible. Perfect. So, 1, 2... So it's... Spooky eyes. So it should be just like one turn? No. Which one is it? It is that one. Perfect. And then 2 turns. And then 3 turns? Potentially? Did I do that? Oh. This is not the right one. Up one. That one. Actually, no. I still have that incorrect. Yeah, I just have that incorrect. I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like this one should be tongue red. And that should be that. That should be that.
Secret compartment.
There we go. Good solution, Raptorus. Oh,
This
hello.
appears to be the shrine of a Polynesian chieftain.
Fancy.
What
And-
kind of stone is this? I've never seen any substance quite like it.
Yoink. It feels disturbing.
Impressive work. Is that a fish pattern?
That's super pretty. Oh, the cloak made out of
Impressive work.
feathers.
Is that a fish
That's
pattern?
super fancy. Big fan. Alright. And so from that you can take... I guess that solves that problem. It just doesn't solve what the heck this is. But there is supposed to be a thing missing apparently. Let's just mess with this one more time for fun. See what we can locate. What is the maximum coverage I can get here? We shall go around the outside. Get the corners. Get the all of the corners. And then from there, I can only do one more. There's spooky fish, but otherwise I do not know what it does.
I'm not really sure how this thingamajig works, or what to do with it.
But there was a fish. What does the other paper say? What other paper? Oh. It is this one. So frustrating. A bunch of incorrect answers. There's some sort of patterning there, that is supposed to be a solution. But what it actually does is not super clear. So, there's unfortunately not a lot of other information to suggest what the original pattern is supposed to be.
Something's missing here.
So I think we should go solve the problem that we have and assume that it will give us some other piece that will help us identify something else. Just had a thought, your disease seems a little fishy. What gave it away? Was it being from Newburyport, Mass? It may have been being from Newburyport, Mass. indeed. How suspicious.
Oh my!
Surprised, she was actually an amphibian. Smart.
Goodness, what happened here?
Oh. Christ. I mean, it opened, I suppose. But
Is this
Jesus.
stone structure a hatch of some sort?
And that is the information that we were missing down there.
That black ooze again.
That imbecile Roy blew the hatch to smithereens and blew himself up with it. Don't worry, Doc, I have Mr. Everhart's okay, there's just a controlled detonation. 3 feet closer and I wouldn't be here to tell the story. Got splashed with that black ooze and it took me the whole damn evening to clean it off.
Skin alterations. Like the ones on my hands.
Skin alterations appeared on my left hand today, similar to angiomas, allergic eczema, cyanosis? Let's hope not. I took some samples of my blood to analyze. After the photo of Everhart's wife's hand. The spots on my skin are moving. I can feel them. Is there someone in the well? I can hear voices at night. In fact, I could swear they're calling my name. And who's playing that music? And a pattern of dots. And an eyeball with 2 dots in it. And how dear.
Heavens, he's losing his mind.
How dear. Slop, Kindia, slop. 1889, there's a typo in the transcription. Stop playing that music. Stop it, stop it. Stop it, stop it. I like it very much. How dear.
Cripes, this man was splashed with that black liquid.
Well, I'm glad someone, instead of stopping to help, took a photograph. Like, Jesus, you can see there is dead people in this photograph.
Whoever took this picture must have a really cool head.
True. Well, don't lampshade it. Don't lampshade it. Go there and help.
Those spots look all too familiar.
And then the classic.
Is this a picture of my hand?
Yes, it is. Your hand is in bad shape.
Erythrocytes. Aren't those red blood cells?
Pulsating, affecting erythrocytes. 17,000, 12,000, 8,000. I don't know how to interpret any of that. But I would suggest, the wormwood drafts are suspicious. Someone brought a lot of wormwood poison with them. There's just some nice peroxide. There's some 15% solution of paradrine. And benzene reaction? Benzidine reaction, potentially? Well, old-timey medical bottles. The circles, remind me of petri dishes. You know, that's not a bad shout. But
Ugh, I can't stand the smell of medical equipment.
1930s
Reminds me of
old-timey
my
medical
illness.
equipment.
Well then, I'm going down. Come on, Nora. Deep breath.
We exciting ladders. Whispers. I understand.
Is somebody whispering? Hello? Is anyone down here?
Well, I hate that. With a passion.
This eye, is it calling to me?
Chat?
I feel disoriented down here.
Did you see that?
I almost feel as if they're watching me. Were
Sorry?
these eyes related to the ritual? Another eye. I hear whispering.
Huh? Don't enjoy that. Please stop. Sir. Well, alright, I know what needs to be done. There's two obvious answers to the problem. There's big one in the center and then one up. Do that. And then there's center, far right, as big as possible. And then row, probably row 2. So as small as possible. Well, ain't that pretty? Rituals,
You were
other
close to
realities?
something here, Harry.
Forgotten
Let me see if I
civilization,
can
not
solve it.
Polynesian. Black ooze used to replicate ritual. Check Tilling-cast pamphlet. Replicate
This looks
ritual.
like another job by Handyman Harry.
Replicate ritual. Modify Tilling-cast's invention. Mr.
Maybe
Everhart.
he heard the whispers too.
The doctor's been acting like an oddball ever since he was flashed with that black ooze, and he's got worse after moving to the top of the cliff. Keep an eye on him. Frank. And that's closed off, so... but... you just pull that, and it's another suspiciously mechanical bridge
Well, that
with
was easy.
fish people. This game has got to stop lampshading its own goofy things. Feels like we're gonna get jumps.
Do they have 2 pupils?
You have a Frank and a Harry on this story. Wait, yeah, why is that hilarious?
This should save some time.
Incredible. Well, I hate that you have to find this out, Manager Russell, but they are in fact extremely screwed. My deepest condolences. What? I believe it was the one in the dead center as big as possible, and then you go 1 up, no, probably 2 up, and 1.
I'm not really sure how this
Nope, that was definitely
thingamajig works, or what to do with it.
incorrect. We go. Get rid of that one entirely. And then we go down 1, and we go 1, and we go down 1 more, and we go 1.
I'm not really sure how this thingamajig works, or what to do with it.
Evidently. I can tell. Now, I am entirely certain that I did that correctly, but... well, maybe it is supposed to be... maybe it is supposed to be that... this one is in fact up there.
I'm not really sure how this thingamajig works,
No?
or what to do with it.
Still no. Are you supposed to superimpose the eyes? Yeah, I'm gonna double check, make sure we didn't forget something maybe. But otherwise the next guess is that we're going to do both patterns at the same time. Because we are able to fit like 6 things, and those were the ones that were oozing ooze. So, you know, getting jump scared. Ah, yes, the fish people. And there's a little bit of what feels to me my Incotech vibes, right? This. There were totally 3 with whispering. I did.
I hear it. I'd better draw it just in case.
And then this should give us the instructions
I
on
can
what to do.
press these star-shaped. The whispering, it stopped. Was I imagining all that?
Well, that's not at all suspicious. Right. Well, that's not at all suspicious, we promise. We're going to do all of these. Well, you saw our bare hands earlier. We saw our bare hands, and we just saw a photograph of our hands. How it's evolved in the meantime, I don't know. But right now, as of the start of the game, we just had splotches. Nothing too fancy or sophisticated, we just had splotches. Whether or not we'll turn into a fish person or a Nosferatu at the end, yeah, don't worry about it. The images certainly look more like Nosferatu to me than fish people, but, alright, so, we go. Bottom 3. Alright, let's just start from the beginning here. We'll check this all at various stages. So, we reset everything, and we go down to the very bottom, as big as possible. Then, we go over 1, and up 1, and that should be a size 1. Right? Now that's a size 2. Which means that needs to be over 1 more, it looks like. That should be over 1 more as a size 2. And then dead center is a size 2. And directly above that 2 is a size 2. Then we head into the center for another size 2. And directly above that is a size 1. And then it is 2-2 is a size 1. 2-2 is a size 1, and 3-5 is a size... So that's size 3? That is a size 3. Three, 5-3 is a size 3. And 2, nope, that is incorrect. That is a 2-4 is a size 1. How'd that work? No? Do you not like that? And here I thought I'd had it. It's a size 3, that's a size 2, that's a size 2, that's a size 1. I mean, that looks right. Oh. Now, I have a suspicion of what I did wrong. Wait, what? Let me interact with it. There we go. We go -1, and we go... Nay. 1 more over. We'll make that a size 1. There we go.
Yes, I think I solved it. I wonder what I might be able to see with this lens.
And then if we put the lens into the thing,
It fits.
and we insert that into the telescope, and we look over here,
What? What on earth? What is happening?
and then we sketch that
My
pattern,
God.
and that was the...
What was that I saw? What were those stars?
And then we make the constellation down here, and then it opens up the next thing of the game. Fantastic. And then after we do that, we're going to have another ad break. Cosmic horror! Who could have predicted it? Yeah, that's normal. Alright. Journal. Which way do we orient ourselves for this? We've got a suspiciously different colored star. Gee, I wonder if that has something to do with it. We start there, and then we go there, and then we go there, and then we go there. And then we just work our way around the outside. We go over here, and we go over here. And then it should just be... Wait, huh? 1, 2. Yeah. Then we do this one. And then we do this one.
Right, looks like I solved it.
That raises our spooky ping. Lavos, you want it to be Lavos? Well, of course it's Lavos.
Great Scott! Oh, the
Great-
well is filling up. That's black ooze.
Great Scott.
No. What's happening? What's happening? I'm feeling faint again.
Oh, great Scott. Marty! I'm sorry, you cannot drop Great Scott into a modern piece of media without having to deal with Back to the Future.
What is this? Where am I?
1.21 gigawatts.
Am I dreaming again? This is
Not
different.
doing anything.
It isn't my recurring dream. I can't stop walking. My legs aren't responding.
Marty, we don't have time, Marty. Exactly. Well, I'm glad we're able to teleport now, though. We're just, help? Chat? Chat, help me.
Holy Moses, what is that creature on the horizon?
Alright, JCDC. Good night. You know what? If you want more of the spooky stuff, you won't be able to. You know, that's valid. Help. No.
Wait a moment.
Nope.
No!
Ah, heck.
I can breathe. Underwater.
Well, we now have gills. Don't worry about it. I'm sure everything is fine. If we stay
I
buried,
have to get back. I have to find...
we stay buried, there won't be any eldritch monstrosities. No? Not a single eldritch monstrosity to be seen. Right? Right. All right. Well, on that extremely delightful note, we are going to take another very brief break for our ads. Let me put back on the tune for you. As I said, right, if you're just tuning in, we are trying to experimenting with the ad structure here, so we're going to take an actual commercial break to stand up, stretch, do some self-care. Ailey, have a good night. If you have been enjoying this load thus far, super obviously worth checking out this game. And also consider heading over or dropping a follow, hanging out in chat here. And if you subscribe, you'll get ad reviewing experiences. But otherwise, I'm gonna mosey on this way. And we'll, as per our questing snails, I'll leave you with some tunes, and we will be back soon. Welcome back. Look, I knew we were going to be playing a 1930s, spooky island-based adventure story and the biological one. I was curious, do I need to finish the game since we're already like halfway through it? We might do. I'm feeling good. I have no idea how long this game is, so if we're already like halfway through it, we may as well keep going. I got nothing better, nowhere better to be. I've got snacks. And I'm enjoying it, so we may as well. You appreciate that the game isn't really holding you as much of a reveal that you're a fish? Yeah. That's not a shock. Firstly, I think it would be really hard to do the Shadow over Innsmouth reveal in the way that Lovecraft did it. If, like, as a game, because, that's too many cool powers. That's too many cool game mechanics and level design stuff. And if it turns out, you're hiding in a game that is otherwise lampshading its own influences quite nicely, if you're hiding that big important reveal and pretending people are going to be spooked by it, you're going to look corny. You're going to look just incredibly cornball. And that's, fairly obvious. It's like Dracula being a vampire in modern adaptations. Exactly. Right? You can't show, oh no, they're a fish. Or, oh no, he's a vampire. In any modern adaptation of Dracula, because we all know it. Like, it's not a surprise anymore, because it hasn't been for 100 and something years. It's honestly the same kind of logic as what you saw in, like, Final Fantasy VII Remake that they specify. Where, hey, you can't hide Sephiroth anymore in Final Fantasy VII, right? Everyone's gonna be like, where's Sephiroth, where's Sephiroth, where's Sephiroth, where's Sephiroth, where's Sephiroth? So you can't hide him. And so you have to kind of restructure the story to be able to go like, yeah, there's Sephiroth. Now, what are we doing around that? Anyway, let's get back into it. By the way, if you're just tuning in, welcome to Ludo History. I'm Adam. We're playing Call of the Sea, which is currently free on Epic Games Store and is absolutely delightful. I'm having a grand old time with this cosmic horror island hopping adventure experience where we are definitely not a fish from Newburyport, Massachusetts. We promise.
What is that? What kind of creature is this?
Nah. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine! I'm just gonna swim out to sea. Don't worry. I'm leaving. No, with the invisible walls. Okay. Well, hell.
I need to get a closer look.
No, you don't. You seriously, I promise you don't need to. You could have predicted this. Hey, you were talking about the fish scales under the kid gloves? Well, there it is. It was all a dream. You imagined everything. Nothing so specific.
How did I get to this beach? Oh, I have a terrible headache.
Yeah, no shit, because you turned into a fish. And fish are not supposed to be out of the water. I imagine you would... Right, I imagine it would be like if you got a headache, if you try and hold your breath for too long, or in a low oxygen environment, and get like alpine sickness, and the headaches that come with that. I imagine the same thing, but in reverse, because you're a fish.
That ship, torn apart and cast so far up the beach. What on earth could have happened to it?
I think a fish happened to it. Nora, you were doing so good about being genre savvy. You were doing a great job. And now you can't even recognize obvious claw marks when they stand right in front of you. Big fish. Exactly.
Looks like they took items from a stranded ship.
Oh jeez. There's so much level.
some kind of improvised workshop.
How dear. Well, that's not a spooky Eldritch Temple at all, we promise. Nope. Goodbye. Maybe she just doesn't want to admit? Well, I mean, fair. Reasonable, honestly. Me too. But still. Now, let's poke around the innards of this extremely spooky ship. I'm sure everything will be fine.
My god. The ship's hull was ripped open. A few jagged rocks couldn't have caused a gash of this size.
Up we go. I'm sure this is fine.
This place gives me the creeps.
Yes, if you're not careful, it will also give you tetanus, which is, you know, probably the least of your concerns, but
Can't
still
see
a
any trace of
concern.
the ship's crew, nor their remains.
I'm just saying.
This isn't right. I'll try again.
Alright. No, not logic puzzles. I've got a feeling it's that one. Yeah, I vibed it out.
All green. Now, what exactly did I turn on?
An excellent question. What did you just turn on? If we follow the cord this way, it goes up here, it goes up here, it goes up here, and we got another power substation. A run on the way down there and over onto the outside. Let's poke around in here first.
That voice. Is that Harry? No, just a recording.
5 of us have survived, but we're stranded on this island. Please send help immediately.
Apparently, Harry's expedition waited for a long time to be rescued.
32
Did they
days.
give up hope? The Black Ooze's properties are perplexing.
Changes consistency, levitates when exposed to different vibration frequencies. Some scribbled out numbers. Everything on this rotten island has something to do with that damn
Completely
black
covered in
hose.
that black goo.
Charu is
I
the
wonder
ritual
what it'll
well.
do to me.
Even Dr. DeWitt's irrational behavior seems to be related to his getting exposed to that awful liquid.
74 nautical miles east of Tahiti. The Lady Shannon has run aground. Its crew is unaccounted for. So 5 of us have survived, but we're stranded on this island.
This is the captain's last entry.
Send help immediately.
July 14th, 1934. Good weather and clear sailing until a surprise undercurrent shook the ship. I haven't seen the sea that rough in years. 17:25, so 5:25 p.m. First mate swears he saw a huge sea creature near our hull shortly afterwards. Definitely not a whale.
5 of us have survived, but we're stranded.
Even the crew of the ship that brought Harry's expedition to this island were afraid of it.
We delivered the 6 members of the Everhard expedition to the island without incident. We'll come back to pick them up again in 3 weeks. If there's anything left to pick up by then. 12:40 p.m. Left the island after lunch. Fair enough.
Shannon has run aground. Its crew is unaccounted for.
The ship was whaling not far from here.
Pacific Ocean, Tahiti, whales.
Please send help immediately.
Probably a good reference that, you know, Nora being from Newburyport, Mass. Definitely not Innsmouth.
What were you looking for in the heart of the island?
But
5 of us have survived.
right, Newburyport and in really most of New England, New Bedford, some of those places are all super strongly associated with
Maybe the legend is more real than it seems.
74 nautical miles.
but
Shannon has run aground. Its crew
right, New Bedford, Newburyport, a bunch of those coastal port towns in Mass are super important for the early 20th century whaling industry. And so, right, they've kind of already peaked by the 1930s, but it's still very much going on, where you have an enormous amount of whale processing going on in those towns. Actually, New Bedford has a phenomenal museum of whaling that I highly recommend going to visit if you're ever in Mass. Like if you're going to PAX. Not that New Bedford's all that close to Boston, but, you know, New England distances. Nothing's that far away. Alright, Steph, we'll see you later.
Only God knows how long I've been covered in this black liquid. I wonder what it's going to do to me. Although I doubt anything could be worse than my illness.
It's pretty much the same as your illness. No, Nora, Jeanna's having this. Like, get with the times, put two and two together, embrace fish. Yes. Another suspicious power station. Yoink.
At last, somewhat. That should make things easier.
Let's poke around in here and see what we should. Oh yeah. You know, people were asking where they were developing the photographs.
My God. Look at his contorted face. Is this what's going to happen to me?
Well, that's unfortunate.
So, is this recording?
Those footprints
Shouldn't we be listening
definitely
to
do
something,
not
Frank?
look human.
I have assembled and disassembled twice. So it should be fixed, Mr. Everhart. I don't know. Maybe it was never meant to blame you.
Wait. Where have you been this whole time?
Oh my god. He's got a knife.
Get off me, you lunatic! Hold him! Hold him for Christ's sake! Call J.R. quick!
This picture is taken from a distance. What is he doing? Floating rocks?
Indeed. So, I mean, people were asking, like, where are they developing the historical photographs? This is where they are. That probably confirms that this is a development process, the red light and the dark room. This could be a bath of silver nitrate, or... actually, that's most likely, is that this is a bath of silver nitrate salts that then, the prints are submerged in, and that do stuff.
I believe Harry visited this exposition when he was looking for answers for my illness.
Newburyport Tiara exhibition coming to Boston. Someone wins the sign in a historic landslide. Franklin Delano Roosevelt accepts something reception in southern states. Well, C.D. Wars. C.W. Yeah. Inspector John Raymond LaGrasse by C.D. Ward. Robert Soydam and his wife found dead at high seas by C.D. Ward. Strange.
Goodness me, what a collection of happy news.
Strange incident in Massachusetts. The Gardner family disappears from their Arkham farm by C.D. Ward. Chad, if somehow you had missed the memo... They're not even trying anymore. They're really doing their best to avoid the Smith copyright, but just barely. They didn't mind Arkham, though. Ward and Blake News Agency. Cassandra D. Ward. 31 Regent Street, Boston, Mass.
Photographic film.
Indeed. Photographic. Ooh. That means we might actually be working with nitrate film instead of glass plate negatives.
Someone here
Oh,
has
that's
a green
fun.
thumb.
That's super fun.
A pulp magazine. I love Chandra Hogarth stories.
Indeed. Tales from Beyond is the original and leading fiction magazine. The cream of weird stories. Man, fantastic. Arkham is in the public domain by virtue of age, not by virtue of, Lovecraft estate. The House at the End of the World, a tale of mystery, fantasy, intrigue by Chandler R. Hogarth. Indeed. Just in case you thought we were subtle.
Portable typewriter. Never heard of this Eric Zan fella.
Radio Symphony Orchestra, Berlin.
Never heard of this Eric.
I want to take it with. That's a reference to something, and I don't quite know
What
what.
happened on this ship?
An excellent question.
He's repairing my old music box. Attack? What attack?
The attack where, who's his face? The Wiz attacked. Come on, get with the times. Yes, yes, yes.
The expedition only has 5 members now.
DeWitt's in trouble. But hey, Cassandra Ward. The music of Eric Zahn is a Lovecraft horror story. Thank you. Yeah, I did know that. You're right, because he's in the, upper apartment all the time. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate it. It just keeps going. Ooh. Stairs. Well, now.
I
Forward.
hope you didn't borrow this slide projector from the University of Denver, old pal.
I mean, maybe a little bit. 2, 3, 4, something. Uh-huh. This is complex.
Well, that cartoon was unexpected and inexplicable.
I've been studying this
You always
structure for the
did
last
have a
few
good
years.
ear, Harry.
Tends to make change consistently with the tides. Pipe
How
organ.
can someone build something like this out of stone?
Well then. What an exciting time.
Captain Hodgson told me that knowing the lunar cycles is useful for better navigation at night. So Harry probably took this calendar from the Lady Shannon.
Exciting. Ooh, we can zoom in on things. New moon, full moon, etc., etc., etc. Fantastic.
Wow, look at the size of these stones.
Megalithic basalt stones. According to some sort of something or other. Oh.
These symbols are linked to the piano keys.
Alright, so we got C, C sharp, D sharp, F, G, G sharp, and A sharp. And a draconic hand. Spooky. And the levitating stone. And that has another one. That has our C on it.
rock stained with black ooze. Looks like the prototype of something.
Son of a bitch, Dr. DeWitt stabbed Frank. Luckily it was just a flesh wound. It's a good thing they'll be back or I'll plug that something, nutcase. Like a rabid dog that... Jesus, what am I saying?
I've never seen Harry so angry.
Yeah, well, he's doing great. I'm sure he'll be perfectly fine when we locate him. Nothing bad will have happened at all. I don't know what to do with this, to be honest. Like,
What kind of doodad is this?
okay, I mean... (262) 277 311 349 392 415 and 460. Is that? That's the frequency. I was like, hang on, I know this. A440, our standard tuning pitch for concert orchestras.
It's well tuned. I expected no less from you, old pal.
1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, well, we may have to do some fun investigation. Empty tide. Are these all transpositions then? If only I knew what today's date or where we were in the tide sequence. Still. Full tide is just... Well, I mean, that should just be right. Yeah, that's just up the scale. So we go up the scale. I transposed it correctly. And that gives 4, 3, 2, 1, 7, 6, 5. 4, 3, 2, 1, 7, 6, 5. I feel like it doesn't do anything. And this doesn't help at all. There must be a something else that has symbols attached to it. There must be a something else around here that is instructive for us. Because I don't feel like that's connected to any puzzles. It looked like it was just a power switch, like it would turn it on and off.
Sometimes I still doubt whether this isn't just some ghastly dream.
There was a... I thought it was just a power
It's
switch,
curious,
but
it's the first time since I got sick that I feel useful. Harry is depending on me, and not the other way around.
Yes, quite. The fish people have a giant stone organ and some basalt columns with 3 floaty stones. Well, if you say so. We love empowerment, exactly. It's good for the nerves, feeling like you can do something productive. Well, let's try this again. 4, 3, 2, 1, 7, 6, 5. Well, I think I figured out what the switch does. It simply turns it off. I think this is mostly useful for practicing, and I bet, yeah. Right, gets the present one, the new moon, the full moon. Right, gets me all the notes I need for these, right there. Now, the difficulty is, what day is today? Right, knowing the 7th is a new moon and the 21st is a full moon is only so helpful when I don't know what day today is. Because, right, there is clearly a sequence that's associated with the lunar cycle. And that links the lunar cycle to specific times in here. It's just how those link to each other is, to me, uncertain. Consistently with this basalt organ, etc., etc., etc. Can I see the moon from a certain vantage point? Well, that's a question, isn't it? Well, it certainly isn't this one. But there is that suspicious up the stairs one, where you can't see bloody anything. Right, there's like a spot up here that exists for no obviously discernible reason in the space of the puzzles. Maybe from out here you can get a glimpse of a moon. No, I would suggest no moons here. Unfortunately, I'm not able to tell realistically if that's high tide or low tide. There's a suspicious glowing out there, though. Well, let's just poke around a little bit more. Let's poke around. And we can go around the ship. Moons in this economy, it's the 1930s, what do you expect? Exactly. No moons to be had. Let's go up here, and we'll see if there's other information for the puzzle that I don't have. There's certainly something.
That huge stone door looks like an exit. How does it open?
So that's how we get out. We play the right notes on the thing and it gets us in.
This ornate structure certainly isn't natural, but not man-made either.
Yep.
This feels ominous.
What now? Alright, that is a C-sharp. That is a A-sharp. There's a piece of information missing for me. Ah. So, at the new moon, there's still more information to be had.
Those symbols seem to indicate the height of the tide.
There it is. That's the piece of information I was missing. And now, on the page, one of these pages, there was a comment on got it. So this causes, if it's up, I assume that issues a sound, and if it's down, it doesn't. And so it's a matter of getting the correct position of ups and downs. I mean, we know we're at fairly low tide. And is there anything in here that suggests what today's date is? Oh, yes. November 7th. So, this is why we check our notes. The new moon is tonight, which means that we are new moon at the low sea level. So, if we go back over here, we want to take notes on what the correct order of things are.
I'm quite scared of storms. When I was a child, I used to cover myself with the sheets to not listen to the noise of thunder. I honestly doubt I'd like to cover myself with anything in here. Time to overcome my fears, I guess.
There's a couple of things possible yet. You can head out here, potentially. And we can check to see if there's anything relevant out here.
Burned photo. I can't make out what's in it.
The knife. The knife is what's in it. How does the knife come into play in this? That's suspicious. I'm not sure I understand.
You made it work, Harry. Now it's my turn.
Sorry for the reveille this morning. I deal with the noise from that awful organ. The entrance to the temple is on the mountaintop. Exactly. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. More stuff over here. Frank, if we went down to the temple,
The reason the ship was scavenged.
planning on this, we'll have to build a machine with whatever we can lay our hands on.
What kind of machine? What kind of machine were you building?
Interesting
Blowtorch.
question.
Looks like it's been used a lot.
Okay. Idea we'll move
Harry
them.
isn't usually very chummy, but he really seems to like Frank.
Aw, Frank's super dead. I have terrible news. Alright, Chaotic Raven. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Good luck with the fish people. So. We've got information on what the slide is, what slide we need. It's one slide back from this because we are at pretty low tide.
I think this is the right one.
Yes. Yes, it is. Good, now we have that info recorded. Perfect. I'm not super sure how to interpret that. Alright, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it's got 7, 6, or sorry, 5, 6, 7, 1, 3, 2, 4. I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to interpret that. But remember 5, 6, 7, 1, 3, 2, 4. Or we could just, you know, check. I also want to check in here because there is that other aspect of the puzzle of like 3 tones. That could be interesting. Maybe that machine with the numbers in the ship? That's what we're checking, isn't it? We're going to a cracker. I know I've gotten, by the way chat, I know I've gotten old because just like slices of cheese on cracked pepper water crackers are one of my favorite snacks. Thank you, these are water crackers, not saltines.
These knobs must control the vibrations inside this chamber.
Okay.
I better write down those numbers in my journal.
There we go. That gives us 3... Alright, that gives us 3 different, that gives us the 3 frequencies that need to be open. And with the 3 frequencies that need to be open, we should be able to, you know, do some math. Hello, Litzel. It's good to see you. We're playing Spooky Cthulhu. Definitely not Shadows over Innsmouth, but a very good game. Now, where are we going? I think I have all the information I need now. 262, so that's 1. 349 is 4. And 415 is 6. So it should be 146, but 146 translates to what? 512. So we need spots 5, 1, and 2 open and everything else closed. I believe that's how that works. If I'm interpreting the everything correctly, that should be how that all adds up.
When I get back home, I'm going to read up on engineering. I've been interested in knowing how things work since I was a child, but I always thought technology wasn't for me. What nonsense.
Uh-huh. You'll definitely get a chance to do that. Yep. 100%. Alright. So yeah, we need 3 specific tones. Right. So, we need 1, we need 4, and we need 6. But what that actually means is we need... 5, And we need 1. And we need 2. So 2 stays open. This is 6. 6 closes. That's 8, that closes. That's 3, that closes. I hope I'm doing this correctly. This is 5, which translates to our 1, which is what we need. So that's 5, so we need that. I hope it's that we need them open and not closed. If we need them closed instead of open, I'm going to be mildly irritated. Because if I solve the problem exactly backwards, you know. Frustration. That should be all the pieces, right? So it's the new moon. Since it's the new moon, it should be totally shut. We're at low tide. And low tide tells us, we translate the numbers on the thing there. That gave us the numbers. 1. Which is 5. Which is over there. Which is open. I wonder if I did it exactly backwards. That'd be awkward. Like, I definitely thought having it open would be the thing that produces the frequencies, but there's no feedback for what's producing frequencies and what isn't. Like, if I had to critique something in this puzzle design, is that I can't actually hear the pitches. So there's no feedback to know that what I'm doing is correct. Or barring correct, at least reasonable. Why is there a... Ah, these are just lights. Because that obviously doesn't work. Where's the air source? It's coming from underneath. The waves are creating air pressure differentials that pump water through the basalt columns. They actually do a good job explaining that. It's just not producing actual, you know, noise. So I can't tell what's on and what's off. We're just going to reverse every single one. 1, 2, 3. 4. Am I also just forgetting one? 5. 6. 7. Alright. I don't think I understand. Trent, if you figured out, put together something that I haven't, please say so, because I am confused. 3, 4. 4 is 1. 6, 415 hertz is 2. And 1, 262 hertz is 5. Like, I cannot figure it out. Like, it seems to me that everything should be lined up there. Maybe we transpose the other way around? That would be weird, right? I guess if the goal is to get the frequencies and not the... I guess? If the goal is to get the right frequencies rather than get the right numbers? Yeah, that's possible. So if we do that, which ones need to be open, which ones... I still don't know which ones need to be open, which ones need to be closed, though. That's annoying. But... if we're here, if we're on the new moon, we're going to trying to get the 262 hertz. So then we want number 4 open. Where is number 4? Hello, Jesse. I super do not mind you lurking in the background while you're playing some Majora's Mask. It is going to be chill out, have a good time. We might be a fish. Well, unfortunately, Link might also be a fish in that game, you know? Good point. So, we want number 4 open. I assume open is pumping air through and closed is closed. But, 349 hertz is number 4. Number 4 translates to number 1. So we want number... Hang on, wait, if we're trying to create something that produces 262 hertz, then the thing that produces that is number 1, so we want number 4 open. We want 349 hertz, so number 4. Number 8 produces... that, we want that open. And then 415 is that, the one that produces that is number 2, so we want number 2 open. That's 3. And then if this doesn't work, we shall have to try it all again, but with... Do we want that one open? We do not. 349. 262 is 4. So we want 4. 349. We want 8. We do not want this one open. Do we want number 4 open? We do not. 4 produces the same as sound 1. So, yes. We want that one. Chat, just help me out here. We want 4 open. Right, if we're trying this, we on the assumption that the symbols, or that at this tide level, the following symbols produce the following sounds. And we're trying to produce 262 hertz, so sound 1. We want number 4 open. We are going to want 349, so what would be, we want number 8 or number 7 open. 4, 7, and 4, 7, 2. Right. Well, 4, 7, and 2 open, and we want everything else closed. That's 7. Alright, you're having dinner with your folks. Well, that's a good reason. Well, that's the state we have it all. And that wasn't it. 472. So let's say 472 closed, everything else open. So, 4. That's 6 open. 2 closed. 1 open. 7 closed. 3 open. 5 open. I don't think that worked. There's a panel somewhere to actually activate the organ. Oh. So we transposed it right the first time. Okay. Right, so we want 5... So we want, what, 5, 1, 2? So we want, is it open or shut? 5, 6, and 4 open. And all others closed? Why 4? What? 5, 6, and 4 open. All others closed. I don't understand the math to get us to 5, 6, and 4. You 5, 6, and 1 open. 5, 6, and 1? I still don't understand how that transposition works. Because we want 262 Hz, that's number 1. 1 translates to 5. We want 349 open, that's 4. 4 translates to 1. We want 415 open, that's 6. 6 translates to 2. So it should be 512 open. Nope, that's 4. We've confused ourselves and everyone around us. That's 6. 512 open. Great. 5 is open. 2 is open. 1 over here is open. And then we're just missing the panel to control it. Alright, so that should be the right setup. The question is what actually turns it on. Is there a button next to the exit? No. Alright. Thank you all for helping it out. We had it right the first time and we're missing the button to turn it on. Which is helpful, as it turns out, but makes me feel good about my problem-solving abilities and very bad about my looking around abilities. Exactly. I do not know where the panel is, though. Unless if it's just, is the thing open or shut? Like, is it just the moon cycle to be open or shut? It's under the moon panel. Okay. Be that way. I guess that would explain why I wasn't hearing things if I just didn't have the dang thing on to hear the pitches. That's fine. Nope, so that didn't do quite the thing that I expected it to. How am I supposed to get under the moon panel? I'm confuzzled. Oh, the specific giant thing, yeah. Well, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, you know, the... Yep, we'll put the moon panel back because it's November 7th and it's like that.
Holy Mike, what kind of magic is this?
Nailed it. It all worked perfectly. There was no having to look at walkthroughs at all. We're so good at games, y'all. We're so good at games. And then over here, there's a button, which is an elevator. Suspicious elevators, check. And up here, we have a letter. What does this letter say?
My dear old pal, I think I'm getting closer to understanding what is happening to you, but it is taking a toll on my sanity. As fascinating as this island and its ancient and unfathomable wonders may seem, it's also a place plagued with misfortune and calamities.
What now?
We lost Roy at the campsite. We almost lost our engineer on this beach. The doctor went mad and stabbed him with a strange knife. And all because of this island, Nora. Initially, we were optimistic and in high spirits, but now we've all become resentful and discouraged. Even I can feel how I am constantly assaulted by dark thoughts. Anyway, if what I am going through here helps me find you a cure, it'll have been worth it. I
Aww.
hope to find an answer in the temple on that mountain peak. Love you always, Harry.
He is worried, exhausted, disheartened. I will find you, my love.
Huh.
Let's see what the next one does.
Spooky. Well, that's only mostly ominous.
That's it. That's where Harry must have gone.
The choir's a nice touch, though.
Not sure why, but I don't feel this island is dangerous. And maybe it's because I haven't spent as much time here as Harry did.
Not just because they're your cousins. How inviting. Exactly, right? Spooky basalt columns. Glowy green ooze. And an eldritch monster off in the deep. And here we go. It's inviting and pleasant and totally fine, we promise. Oh boy. The cell columns do look like they should be able to move like that. Absolutely. Alright, Gazishin. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you for the good luck. I'm sure it's gonna go great.
Whew, that was quite a hike.
You have a debilitating chronic disease. Why are you able to just do that? But at least the thunder stopped.
I've been seeing these horseshoe-shaped pillars all the way up. Do they mark a path?
They might mark a path.
I'm at the top of the mountain. I can see that giant diamond-shaped thing really close from here.
Indeed.
Took me a while to get here, but the views are worth it.
You say... Nora, you say worth it. I say that's a fish.
These drops of rain are so refreshing. Feels really good.
Kozak! Oh no! Yeah.
Are these figures singing like a choir?
Kozak, I can't... The fact that she unironically said that 3 seconds
The rock
after you.
slide crushed all the tents. All but one.
Well, what's in the one? Mr. Franklin Drayen Jr., 12 Grand Street, Mount Bayou, Mississippi. Dear Mr. Drayen, we acknowledge receipt of your letter of July 30th, enclosing your application for admission to our School of Engineering. I'm sorry to inform you we are not authorized to consider a colored person for admission. I regret that we cannot help you in this regard. Yours truly, John R. Bedford, Director of Admissions, University of Granada.
They didn't accept Frank in the university. They should be ashamed.
Well, how very progressive for us. Yes. I'm sure that's not literal at all. You know, that's the most reference to the 1930s we've gotten, but is another thing we see very often in right, modern Call of Cthulhu esque stuff, like in H.P. Lovecraft stuff, not so much. But in more recent Lovecraftian stuff, there has been that sort of meta-awareness of, wow, this time period is super racist, and our investigators, right, it is a good
Built
part
all
of the
this
fantasy.
Just with pieces from the beached ship. Frank sure must be a real whiz.
Right? With the fantasy of the traditional, of the Call of Cthulhu investigators, the idea that it doesn't actual, or that the investigators, are being better than their time, and the Eldritch Horrors do not discriminate in who gets to go insane. Something we see very often. Exactly. Lovecraft Country does it, Wintertide does it. I mean, honestly, while they're not explicitly Lovecraft, I'd also link
No
something like Get Out or Nope in the same vein. Of being that meta commentary, but then additionally, you see that in like the board games Arkham Horror and Eldritch Horror, especially Eldritch Horror, with who the investigators are. You'll see that in Call of Cthulhu game manuals, right? That's pretty much an kind of perpetual part of the space now, is being like, well, hold up a minute.
His low spirits are obvious in this photo. What was wrong with Frank? He looks so thin.
Yeah, he's not doing well. And selfie with Cass Ward.
They built loudspeakers on top of this tower to reproduce the effect of the organ. Very clever, old pal.
Exciting. According to the legends...
Nakal? So this is like Atlantis, but in the Pacific Ocean, right?
According to the legend, I said the continent Mu sank into the Pacific thousands of years ago. Its massive sound structure is generally irregular in shape, contrasted with the unique use of diamond shapes that is reminiscent of the rhomboid symbols such as the lozenge or the Hindu Lakshmi star. However, experts believe that in the specific case of the Nakal structure, instead of representing fertility and prosperity, the rhombus was a sign of transformation and evolution. Yep, Mu. Miskatonic University. I have to use the ship's turbine and juggle with things I got from the ship, etc.
Harry's convinced the answer to my illness lies inside that temple.
Yes, well, he clearly got in because he's not here now. We did not catch up. Oh. Well.
Oh no! Frank died.
Oh.
Oh, Frank had a daughter named Evangeline. What a darling.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. He was such a talented man. And he seemed to be a good friend of Harry's.
Welp.
They built a turbine to generate electricity under the falling water. But the stream isn't close enough to the wheel. Blood-soaked rags.
Something happened.
He thought it was a flesh wound, but it kept getting worse.
Yup.
A Bible. It must have belonged to Frank.
Indeed. Nice Bible. But
No power.
is this just like an is this just like an all-encompassing Lovecraft game? Yeah. Right, this is not specifically working within just the published world of H.P. Lovecraft, but is working within the generally accepted tropes of Lovecraftian.
These levers connect those gears to direct the wheel's energy into the turbine.
The problem is you need to have the water. We need to increase the flow of water somehow in order to get it turning. So yeah, definitely this is operating in just like general Lovecraft spaces. But gee. Oh, never mind. Nay. Not that. Not this. I don't suppose you've acknowledged yet, each of these
There are
people...
some sort of sound devices built around this amphitheater. Homemade loudspeakers. Probably to amplify the sound.
Oh, good. We're going to...
Homemade loudspeakers. Probably to... There's a symbol inside.
Uh-huh. Symbol inside tells us that they should be the bottom one. Loudspeaker, 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 and this one is going to be a small nuisance because I hit all of the buttons, but that should be the one that it looks like it should be. So we're going to do that, and we're going to do that, and we're going to do that, and that one's pressed. And now there's just one more. I don't remember whether just one more is. They really don't want you to miss that, huh? They put it up there, they put it over here. Well, I found the one more. No? Is that the wrong one? That is the wrong one.
These stone columns just
There we go.
vibrate. Amazing. The hatches are opening.
Spooky. And that should increase the water flow. And with the water flow, we have extra There we go. With the water flow, we now have extra water coming down here, which is going to mean that the wheel is able to move, like that.
Now the wheel is moving.
And then we just have to... Now we just have to hook up the wheels. Like... Ah. Well, don't have a super clear sense of what those do, but... We go back and forth, and we go back and forth, and we go back and forth to line up all the gears. There we go.
Huh, that was easy.
No, don't say that.
These buttons seem to adjust the amount of energy that goes through the turbine.
I take it the goal is to light them all up. Great. Just what I wanted to do. Fight with goofy puzzles. Don't tell me that it lights up the... So each of these affects the two next to it, it looks like. Yes. Definitely yes. So now it's just a matter of... I do that. I do that. And then that wasn't right. Okay. Now. Tell me it'll reset now. Man.
These buttons seem to adjust the amount of energy that goes through
Yes.
the turbine.
I understand that. I'm consistently able to get it to within one. Alright, so that's all of them off. That turns on 3. I'm just moving the 3 around, I'm not actually doing anything. Now. Every time. There we go.
That should give the turbine some energy. Great, we did it. Now everything should be powered.
Alright, so now we got power running
I'm
everywhere.
Sorry about Frank. Harry doesn't have many friends. When you finally do get to know him, he's so witty, so funny. A loving person. But it takes a lot for him to open up.
So he's your average Lovecraft protagonist then. The slightly affable loner who starts off relatively sane and curious, and rapidly devolves into insanity and horrors beyond human comprehension.
Oh, what? Did I do something wrong? Come on, work. Come on.
Ow. Well, why did you do that? There was no need for you to do that. I'm just saying.
Now what? What's happening this time? Where am I?
Well, we're gonna find out what's happening this time after a brief ad break. Because we're just at that point in the stream. We're gonna try and do them basically once every hour, just for sanity and consistency. So if you've been enjoying this, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in just 3 minutes. Gonna drink some more tea, use the restroom, stuff like that. So take your stretch break. Ignore all the bones. It's all fine, I promise. But yeah, if you have been like this and want to add free viewing experiences, you can just hit that subscribe button, and it should turn off all the ads for you. But otherwise, yeah, we are going to quickly turn on one of these, have ourselves a little ad break, and yeah, when we come back, let me know what your thoughts are on this as like an alternative to just the random ads throughout. This is feeling good for me. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are, but we'll talk about that after we come back from the ad break. So see you all very shortly. Full getting snacks and stuff. That's awesome to hear. Folks, so we'll probably just keep experimenting with this format then. Is anyone getting ads when I don't, in between these ad breaks, or is it just like a commercial break and we move on? Raise your hand if you're getting surprise ads. Cause yeah, this
I can
works.
feel the fever rising. Oh God, no. My illness. Is it coming back?
Cause yeah, if this works as just, you know, we all take a break, we all stretch, we all stand up, get snacks, and then no one misses any historical content, like that works great for me. I feel like that's a really, really good thing.
Is this?
We'll experiment more. If anyone doesn't like this format, definitely make sure you let me know, cause I want everyone's input. Yeah, only into the Maw of the Beast. Ow. Exactly, it's too dry, we can't be fish.
Kane. No. I would rather die than use that damned thing again.
Yep. Well, alright, we're gonna slow jog without Arcade into the...
These really are ancient bones of a very ancient creature.
a very ancient bony
So
fish.
dry. I need to find water.
Yep.
My bed. Another memory. How many times did I think I was going to die lying in this bed?
Literally just moving to Denver was a bad idea. Like, that town is dry.
I'd better find some shade before I dry right up. The horseshoe-shaped pillar. And that diamond shape again.
Yes. Well. This is only moderately suspicious, and they've got the journey
I can't
tassels.
take much more of this. I feel woozy.
Yeah, I know you do. It's your house. Look at how nice your house is. Oh, it's floating. You can go outside.
A house.
Yep. With some fish. Or something.
That's not a house. That's our house in Inglewood.
Yes.
Am I dreaming? Or am I just losing my mind?
Yeah, little column A, little column B.
That's our mailbox, too. Harry? Are you home? I miss you so
Aw.
much, old pal.
Nora and Harry.
A picnic with Harry's
Aw.
brother and sisters. I started wearing gloves shortly after that day.
Aw. What a good house. I mean, yeah, it's a bit, you know, swimming, but it's fine. It's all
I
safe.
am definitely losing my mind.
Yeah, just a little bit. Don't worry about it. Look, the books are fine. You're
I
fine.
don't understand what is happening, Harry. Are you... Harry gave me this necklace after one of his scavenger hunts.
Aw, sweet.
It's a photo of my mother and me. She had just gotten worse
How
from her
sweet.
illness.
An immutable brew, thank you for the follow just now.
The happiest
Aw.
day of my life.
Y'all are, they're cute. Oh,
The happiest day of my life. And one of the few pictures of Harry without his glasses.
aw. Look, you should never...
My mother's music box. Yet again.
And the little doodads that we've seen around, and we've seen this thing before, and... Greetings from Yahweh!
Cousin Robert? But I don't have any cousins.
Yes. Yahweh, definitely similar to, but distinguished from Rilia.
Checkmate in 3 moves. The Everhart twosome. What a duo.
Aw. God, I love these, like, slightly kitsch, like, New England town postcard vibes. Like, it's so good. It's such a classic design. Ah, yes. The, music box with a fish inside it.
What a sweet melody.
That's in the same tune, or same chords, as the tune we heard below.
What was that? Another vivid dream? And my music box again, but it wasn't broken anymore. And what a catchy tune. I've lived more in these last 2 days than in the previous 6 years. With my
Aw.
illness, I'd forgotten about the kind of person I am. I might not be daring, but I am determined.
Aw.
Love gave me strength, but it also gave me something to lose.
Aww.
These drops of rain are so refreshing. Feels really good.
Da 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 da. Let's see. Da da. That should be what, like 31674? I think. Yeah, these run out here, these run out here. There it is.
I haven't sung since I got sick, but let's give it a shot.
Uh. incredible.
That was quite a show.
I mean, God. I mean, that's what an Uncharted esque, like, big set piece moving thing
Feels like hallowed ground.
adventure, right? Since it's Lovecraft, instead they're able to get away with it all being way flashier than pretty much any historical culture can pull on. That was spooky. I thought for a moment the raindrops were film grain, and that was weird. I was like, what do you mean film grain? Alright, someone singing in front of them. Uh-huh. And the entire place, sings and sings and sings and becomes a fish. Becomes a mermaid. And then everyone turns into fish. That's a problem.
This looks like the same kind of elevator that was in the campsite. Mm-hmm. These patterns look too familiar.
Yep.
She sounds worried for him, I think.
Harry's been up there for 3 days now and won't answer me. What did he find? I could go up if could go up. Oops. And there's more of the same patterns along the base there, but oh well. No guts, no glory.
Where is this taking me? Looks like I'm inside the giant fish head that I saw from below.
Yep, I would agree with that. And now the only person who's been up here theoretically is...
I've seen this symbol in the murals several times. I guess it can be applied to both water and black ooze.
Harry should be the only person from the expedition left up here.
Well done, Harry. Boy, am I lucky that you did the hard part of figuring things out.
Exciting.
This one was really hard to figure out. Good job, Harry.
I mean, fine. Eternal life.
I'm starting to understand this language.
Are you? Because I'm sure not.
So that's how you mark the symbol's orientation.
Rotating the north in the wheel caused the symbol to change quadrant. Yeah, okay.
God's blood. Does this mean that... Is this related to me somehow, to my disease?
Now, game. That's nice and all, but like, let me just hit you with the... I would rather do this, be doing some of that myself. Like, I know that's not the point of the game, but Heaven's Vault proves it can be a
This
fun
one was
game.
easy, I think.
Heaven's Vault shows it can be a fun game if you just, like, go for it. Yes, Nora?
My dear old pal. Nora. I wish I could write something else. But a long time ago, I promised you I would never lie to you. So here goes. There is no cure for your illness. What you carry in your blood is changing you. And it will keep changing you until it's done. Whatever that means. There is nothing we can do to stop it.
Aww.
Dear old pal. My partner. The love of my life. I am so sorry. I've made so many mistakes. All those deaths because of me. Frank, DeWitt, Roy. All for nothing. Maybe Teodoro is right. Maybe we can return to the beach and build a raft to get back to Papeete. Maybe in less than a month, I could be back.
There's no cure? But he didn't finish the letter. What did you do, Harry? Where are you? I know for sure that you didn't go back home, so what? What do I do now? Are you still on the island? I have to find you. John McCormack's Dear Old Pal of Mine? A favorite song.
Aww.
Harry marked this symbol for a reason. I'd better write it down. A complex pattern.
Huh. Well, you can really feel the Bioshock DNA when it hits you with something like this. Cause right, the old-timey song, right? Old-timey meaning what? Dear Old Pal of Mine's actually quite old, isn't it? But typically like 30s. In Bioshock, you're looking at songs from the 30s. In particular, like Bobby Darin's Beyond the Sea, which is originally in French from the 1920s, but was recorded in English later.
Someone punched the wall so hard that they bled. Was it you, Harry?
Guess who's back? It was too snowy to drive safety. Midwest energy right there. Welcome back. We've got John McCormack on the radar on the turntable, and we've got a spooky language to translate. Transformation, liquid, life, eternal. So liquid life creates water animal? Yeah. I'm not sure I understand how that works, but I'm not sure I understand this. I'm not sure I understand what it's asking me to do here. Right? I feel like I'm not sure I understand what's... I'm not sure I understand what's trying... Oh, that just goes back down. That's not helpful. No, stop, go back. Was there something down here that's actually useful, which I don't think there is. Right, so that moves those. I feel like I super don't understand how these move. Or what I'm trying to do. I feel like I don't know what I'm trying to do. Right? Am I missing something here? Because I have all the words, it's just... I don't get how they piece together. Those who have God's blood will transform to a water animal to live forever. So I guess it must be God's blood, transformation, water animal, eternal life? Exactly, right? Madrasa, right? This is 1910s crooner, so since we're set in the 1930s, we have 1910s crooner. If this was set in the 1950s, we should have 1930s crooner, like Bobby Darin and Bioshock. Like... Eh? I don't... Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. So it takes this, and then it, It's... I understand now. So it's the top symbol plus whatever is the appropriate spot on the other thing in order to create the words in the space. So we should have the 1 and 2 is liquid, so eternal liquid or Manchester, I'm not saying that as a critique. I'm saying that like there's a specific type, right? It's a fun pattern of like whenever you're trying to create something vaguely nostalgic, you just go like 20 years older to create that like one generation out of timiness to either up the tragedy or up the horror, depending on which vibe you're going for. We already have that one. We already have that one.
Homemade loudspeakers. Probably to amplify the sound.
It's like, I'm hoping I'll get a hint as to how this works if I can locate this. The one that I didn't record. There we go. There's the one I hadn't recorded. Gives us that. I'm not really sure what that does for us because those already all line up. I'm still just not sure how this is supposed to... I mean, that gives us one more piece, but I still don't understand how how all the pieces fit together here. Like, clearly I'm supposed to move the things in a specific way. I'm moving the things in, in a specific way. Simulates combining the things. It's a funky... I assume that's supposed to be a funky puzzle rather than a fudgy. Because that's one row off or one column offset. So these line up. Those add the different things. Like, I'm not... The piece I'm not understanding is what do these markings have to do with creating the different symbols? Because clearly it does. Clearly it does. and they correspond to different things. And the goal is to create in each of the murals the 4 words, right? So you go like, I don't know, transformation. This one's easier, right? So you've got the transformation word, and you need to add to it that, so we actually don't move this, right? If it's, this is the transformation, and then we add to it what's on the top of the strange symbol in the pool, then that gets 1, 2 with a line on the side of it, and that's symbol 2 done. Symbol 3 is, we're looking to take this one, and then we're going to add one thing to it, right? We add what's in the bottom of the pool to it, and that does that. Hooray. And then we take this one, and we're going to add what's on the side of the pool to it there, so it does this, and it does this, and it does this. Right, so that takes that and it adds what the symbol on the diagonal is, and that's that. What I don't know is how we create the right thing with this one. Because this one has 3 elements to it, and we are only able to do 2 elements to it. Right? Symbol in there goes in there. Symbol in here. Oh. Nope, I am misinterpreting. I am misinterpreting something. So, if you move it to that, so basically, the thing is turning. What? Oh. How does this work? Because it changes the effective quadrant of what that's in. Okay, so we want to create. Oh, never mind. I just completely misunderstood the puzzle. Completely misunderstood the puzzle. So we want the. What it's saying is that when we move this, right? The thing that moves is this, but we should actually understand it as the inner circle is spinning. And so we're trying to create a relative orientation of the thing to, or of, if it was at the north, what is the position of the thing? So the goal is to create the 2 symbols. Huh. In the different positions. Oh god, that's gonna hurt my brain. God damn it. Right. Let's see if I can explain this competently, because I finally clicked what I'm supposed to do. So, this quadrant is going to spell out God's blood. This quadrant does the transformation. This is the water animal. This is the eternal life. These are the constituent elements. And this is what quadrants they're going to appear in. So, this element is going to appear here, well, here, here, and here with the current layout. And so the goal is to say, okay, which elements are supposed to appear where? So, I need it to appear in 1, 2, and 4. How do I make it appear in 1, 2, and 4? By doing this. This should actually be seen as the inner circle rotating rather than the outer dial rotating. So this is going to be 2, 3, and 4. This is going to be 1, 2, and 4. That was a clumsy one. So I need this to be in 1, 3, and 4. In order to be in 1, 3, and 4, I needed to rotate it 3 times. I think? Nope, that's incorrect. It needs to be at the bottom. So it's at 1, not 2, 3, and yes, 4. This one is only going to appear in one symbol, so it's just spot the one that it appears in. It's in spot number 2. Like that. And this we need to appear in spots 1 and 3. So this one actually just wants to be on top. And that should spell out the... That should spell out the thing. Harry's notes weren't super duper useful there, but we got there. And it puts us in... Spooky. Can't go any further.
Harry didn't advance any further.
This thing isn't working. Isn't working. What do I need? I followed the sequence correctly and my hand. I can't get that thing to work. I need to cross the river down there. Anyway, for what? Harry, don't be spooky.
Those are drums of some sort.
Wow. Bum.
I can sing, but I'm awful when it comes to playing music.
Yes. Bum. Nope, that's the bottom one. Alright.
Wrong. Let's try again.
Simon Says, just what I wanted. Bum. It's gonna be... That's gonna be 2, 2, 1, 3. 1, 3. All right. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3.
This technology never ceases to amaze.
Remember that bit in Bioshock Infinite where you trigger the lighthouse to originally get to Rapture? This game sure does. Yep. And then we're like, oh heck.
Harry said it didn't work for him, so it shouldn't work for me either. Unless there's something different about my hand.
Yep.
Anyway, Nora, you know what you've got to do.
It just works. Yeah, look, it's just my internal numbering.
My hands. Look at my hands.
Spooky.
This is definitely not a dream. And I'm starting to doubt the others were dreams too.
Well, that went great for us, I'm sure. Whoa, who could have guessed? Chapter 5, Sunken.
I
Fish.
should be scared, but it's hard to explain what I feel, but it isn't fear. Not a bit.
She's very chill with us, exactly.
Another one of those gates, like the one I saw in the temple.
Whoa.
I'm back to being me.
Whoa. That's extremely cool.
It's hard for me to understand how these gates work. What happens every time I cross one of them?
Also, at this point there should be no more notes to find for a bit, because we're transforming in a way that shouldn't have... since Harry wasn't able to go this way, we shouldn't have any interruptions. Whoa. Alright. Be that way. Jeez. That's weird. There's a gate here, but no spot to, like, drop off. Alright, so if I go down here, there is a button. Hello, button.
Another panel of this strange technology. What's it for? Something related to the currents?
Well, that didn't do it. Oh, it's a timing thing. I understand. No? Even that didn't work? Spooky.
Wow.
Oh, frame rate. Spooky. Interesting.
The island is pierced by underground currents.
Wow, okay. The music tone there is super duper interesting to me, right? Like, that was not a what we call spooky music, right? That was not an eldritch horror music. That was a moment of triumph, adventure, awe music.
That architecture again. Where is this gate going to lead me now?
And that's interesting because, right, trying to create an emotional thing. I mean, in Shadows of Innsmouth, obviously the Innsmouth
Quiet and peculiar place.
people, the Innsmouth people are all, like, pretty chill. It's only the outsider that's spooked by that. Right, the Innsmouth people otherwise seem to be pretty happy with...
Looks like some sort of food.
Oh.
It's not slaves and masters and... Nicole. Wasn't Nicole in the notes?
But... right. The music is so Uncharted-y.
I wonder who used to live here. It seems it was abandoned ages ago. I understood that.
Okay. And so yeah, right, it's like a thing that I think games in particular have to like worry about is, you know, given the sort of delight that you can see in Lovecraftian stories for all of the pod
The
people.
inhabitants of this village lived at different altitudes. Some even lived inside the water. They used this sort of dam to lower or raise the water level. It seems that each family had to agree somehow to change the water level. I'm amazed at how organized they seem to be, despite them being so primitive. Being trapped here probably made them stronger as a community.
Primitive, don't say that.
Water animal. Is that what I am now?
I see. So, at each point, I guess we have to hit the button. And then when we hit that center button, it works. Then we hit the button, and we explore what's in here. Oh, we already did that. Okay. Oh, do we have to do them again now? God damn it. So we have to activate all of these, and then once we do that, we'll be able to agree to change the water level, and then
Although
we'll
they
change.
are the same style, these huts are much simpler than the magnificent architecture I've seen up to now.
Oh, and
Whoever the inhabitants were, they were living here against their will.
they also appear to have murdered the heck out
Someone vandalized this mural. Some hands look human, but others are amphibian hands.
Yes. Please go murderize the oppressive overlords. From Wikipedia, Narkal is the name of an ancient people.
Thing as the black ooze.
Narkal is the name of an ancient people and civilization first claimed to have existed by British American archaeologist Augustus Plonion and subsequently by British occult writer James Churchward.
God's blood, transformation, eternal life. I feel like I'm going through what was written in that inscription.
Quite probably you are. Don't worry about it, I'm sure everything will be just fine.
Black blood in eyes, like in the well.
Yup. So, yes. This is one of many. So, the underlying plot of this game is one of very many hypothesized lost continents, which we are unsurprised by. Right? It's fundamentally akin to, I don't know, right? I mean, they specifically refer to it as the Atlantis of the Pacific, which Atlantis always gets brought up in these sorts of adventure stories. Every major pulp adventure person, barring Alan Quatermain, at some point goes to Atlantis, because, duh. Obviously. But there's a bunch of other ones postulated. Exactly. Right, and this one they specifically mentioned Mu, which is another one. And another one that often gets brought up in media is Lemuria. Though Lemuria only later gets an ancient civilization attached to it, it's originally hypothesized to be just, why are there lemurs living in two places very far apart when continents don't move? Well, obviously there used to be a continent. It answers the question perfectly, it has absolutely no problems. It turns out it's just the islands moved. But yeah. So it gets postulated as like a primatological thing in the Indian Ocean, hence the lemur, yeah. And then people go, okay, I hear you, but what if it was an ancient civilization lived there? And then video games were like, What if what if it's just like all the time that you see that? Really? That wasn't it? Dang it. I thought I did it right. I thought I had hit all the things. Because all the places have to agree, so you have to hit the button for all of them. And I thought I'd found all the buttons. Because there's a button over here. And we already saw what was in this black ooze. So there was a button there. It wasn't here. So much for this group. In this group. Right, for these guys who are the fish. They have to hit the button too. Okay. They're part of the same family group, so they share a button. And then we go up here. There's one I'd have to get to underwater, exactly. Yeah, that's... I don't know if I can just walk into the water. The red hands over here are the third. Wasn't Lemuria turning into a Turbo Crystal Magic Land Blavatsky thing? I believe so, yes. The unmarked ones are one here. Exactly. I assumed it had we could only do the above ground ones in order to get into the center of the space, to go jump into the gate, in order to go to the other ones to access other areas. Because I can't jump off the edge of the thing here. I'm trying. So let's just try checking out down here and see if there is one more thing again. Do a flip. I can't even jump. I'm a very sickly woman from Newburyport, Massachusetts in the 1930s. What do you want from me?
There are some hand marks made with pigments. I wonder if they mean something. I better draw them just in case.
Ow. I see, so it's not just... It's certain specific ones have to agree. They have to be hit in a certain order? No, 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 don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Don't make me hit them in a certain order. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't want that.
Whoever the inhabitants were, they were living here against their will.
Not when I can only run slowly. God, if this is gonna be a, you have to do it in a specific order. That's going to annoy me. Oh no, thank goodness. Alright. Well. Guess we're starting with the with the blue hands. I'm using the sprint button, Raptorus. This is not sprinting. Symbol order. These hands first. The fish occur later. Or the claw marks occur later, I suppose. Yeah. This should be orange hands, correct? Yes. You love that Howard would hate this? Yeah. That's like, I vibe with that in general because, you know, anything that makes Howard have a bad day. Probably funny. And therefore worthwhile. But you should elaborate. Right, I'm not all that familiar with Howard, and his style, so you should elaborate on that. Like, intuitively, I agree with you. If we're speaking of the same Howard, it is, I believe, Robert Howard. One of the greats of early Pulp Fiction, creator of Conan, and close acquaintance of H.P. Lovecraft. And with his own very specific understanding of early human shenanigans. 2, 3, 4. Tell me it works. Thank goodness. It seems to have worked. You were thinking of H.P. Lovecraft. Oh, you were thinking of just Lovecraft himself. Howard Philip Lovecraft. Fair enough. He would... There's too many Howards involved. They would both hate this. But you're right. H.P. Lovecraft would absolutely despise this because even though... Firstly, the protagonist is sympathetic as a fish person. And secondly, the protagonist is female. And I don't think Lovecraft particularly vibed with either of those.
This civilization used these devices to raise and lower the water level. It's impressive.
Indeed. It's impressive as matched only by their ability to turn people into fish. There's so much more space. Oh, good lord. Oh, this place is huge. Okay. Under the sea. Don't tell me it's a whole nother set of buttons to press. Please don't tell me it's a whole nother set of buttons to press. Anything but that. Bonk. Oh. Please, no. Nope, just spooky murals. Okay. Oh boy. So somewhere there is another one to get out of here and...
The sunken continent. Was that their punishment?
Yep.
So these creatures are immortal?
Hey, not a bad gig if you can get it. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. I don't know. As solidly in the mortal camp, I have no idea whether immortality is good or bad.
This looks like an altar dedicated to two figures. I can hear them talking to me.
Alright, thanks, Cousin Robert. I'm gonna call you Cousin Robert in lack of a better option. And I'm gonna call you Mildred. Okay? Bobby and Mildred. I see, so I need to reverse this one. Which I guess I just do by the power of doing this. No? There we go. And it should reverse? No. Why did that not work? It's supposed to reverse, isn't it? Why did that not reverse? I think I gotta change the other one. This one doesn't change. This one just bumps this way, that bumps that way. It's like there's something else I've got to do first. And there's nothing in here to... short of that, like, smashing my face in. Oh, there's a fourth one up there. That might be part... if I saw the entirety of the puzzle, that might help.
This underwater town is a beautiful place, but it has also seen a lot of suffering. All the island is that way. Beautiful but dangerous. The danger does not seem to affect me, though.
Oh, interesting. There's like a second stage to it. There we are. So that one reverses. Flings me this way, flings me this way. And I bounce off it this way. So I can now take a look at this. I can try it again. That was way too slow. No? Like, that's solving the puzzle, it's just not doing anything. I guess I just mistimed that. I did hit the press that I did. Ow. That would do it. I understand. Thank you. So now we have all 4 things open. So if we go smash our face against the wall. I fully did not get that that was what that was doing. That is on me. Thank you for the assist, though. Oh, that doesn't do anything at all. I see. There's additional spooky things here and here. Oh, so yes, what's over here? I have not... There's so much space I haven't explored yet. Like, jeez. This is one of the biggest levels, I think. Because if there's another thing here that I can just, like, fling myself with, that would be very funny. But no, this is just a space. Interesting. Alright, well, nothing for it. Fling ourselves against the very closed door and see if it does anything at all. Yes, you did. And then the door shall close behind me, and that shall be okay. There we go. We figured out
My
the
illness
solution.
has kept me from being happy. What I feel now is the complete opposite of being sick. I feel full of life and energy. Even better than before my illness.
Aww. Well. Successful enough. And then we should be able to hit up here, and then we'll finish the next puzzle, and then we'll see where we're at, yeah? Because this should open up the... Well, there's a couple of spaces this opens up. First one, I suppose, let's check over here before I hit buttons that I don't know what they do. We'll see if this does anything in particular. This is surrounded by water. Fair enough. Fair enough. And... there we go. Now we should be able to walk even further down to even greater success.
Now the water level is really low, so I can access that tunnel.
We can walk down here and on to our next space.
These creatures lived like slaves. All their lives imprisoned and tortured in this place.
Was
it possible to live a decent life in here? If you've lived all your life in a prison, how would you know that you are a prisoner?
Well, you're well equipped to answer that one, Nora. Having been, laid up like an invalid for the next while. Oh, perfect. And now we can access this tunnel.
Now I can enter this tunnel.
And off we go. To another gate. And more stuff beyond the gate. Oh. Do this. That should take us into this one. And we can go straight down. I'm sure this is fine. We... We'll change the direction of this and be off to our next space. So, from what I have heard, we need to hit this to reverse the direction. And now we need to go here. And then we do that. And then it just works. I understand. And then it just works.
This current is quite strong. I wonder where it will take me.
Pretty. And another highly joyful music cue. Like, the musical choices in this game are so interesting. Like, this is an Abzu... The influence I feel here is first and foremost from Abzu. Right, like, being a locked up space, all I have is the ability to look around. And you get that squid, and you get this very orchestral music cue. Like, come on. I think it makes sense. I mean, I think it makes perfect sense that what you're hitting is, or that we're seeing something
That was
of
quite a ride, but it's over now.
that, like, Austin Wintory musical DNA, and that game, or I guess it's not that game company, but the folks who are formerly at that game company, right, the sense of sublimity that we imagine, like, underwater spaces to have, and the intersection of underwater as, like, this untouched by people, but then also
Someone set up camp in here.
temple space? Like, it makes perfect sense that we're seeing that influence creeping in as
Looks
well.
like a means of transportation to get to that sanctuary.
And we should be super close to the... I'm guessing we're pretty close to the end of the game here. Right, like, and if the goal is to catch up to Harry, we should be really quite close to it.
Seems to show two possible courses of action. One means transformation, and the other means death.
Yeah? That checks out. So, I think, though, since we are not quite done, we are going to take one more ad break so that I am able to get some more fluid, use the restroom, stuff like that. So, chat, if you have been enjoying this and you just tuned in, please don't go anywhere. We're just going to take a very short ad break and we'll be right back. I'm having a great time with this. God, it's doing such fun things with Lovecraft and, like, I guess commentary on Lovecraft and turning what should be horror into sublimity through a lot of very classic, like, modern game storytelling devices. And that's super cool. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. But yeah, very briefly, just a 3-minute ad break, and then we'll turn on this. And if you've been liking this, also make sure you do drop that follow over to be notified for all the other streams. But yeah, we're doing ads like this these days, so I will be back very soon. Well, welcome back, everyone. Apologies for once again for getting the music during that ad break, but we're still figuring this out. This is the first stream of trying this, so we're seeing how it goes. Thank you all for sticking around through that ad break. I'm glad that's something that seems to be working for folks. Now, if you're just tuning in, welcome. My name is Adam. I run Ludo History here. We are look at, history in games and history of games. And so we're playing Call of the Sea, the current free game on Epic Game Store, which is pretty clearly inspired by Lovecraftian horror, especially Shadow over Innsmouth, and so we're playing it. It's set in 1934, but really owes a lot of lineage to Lovecraft and other radio and print Pulp Fiction. So I'm thoroughly enjoying it. We're gonna try and finish the game in the next segment here, and then also sum up our thoughts about it because it's been an absolutely cozy experience, firstly, which is not the sentence it should be. You should expect with Lovecraft very often, but a true one. So, a cozy and delightful experience. Well, let's go check out that ladder. Oh, Harry, where are you? Are you also turning into fish? All you need is the me channel theme for an hour? True. What we'll probably do instead is we'll just get, like, I don't know, Professor Elemental or,
What is this? This... Oh my god. Did I almost forget about Harry?
some royalty-free something. Right, we'll find something that's like we're able to use either OC remix stuff or Professor Elemental or someone that's not going to copyright claim us, and we'll just have that queued up in the background for ad breaks. Anyway, boats? Question mark. Ruins, useless. Where is the sanctuary? White Sand Beach. Teoharoa building raft.
You followed the river from the temple summit, and it took you some days to find this entrance.
Exactly. And then...
Somebody painted these symbols on the wall. Somebody...
Yes, yes. Painted symbols, or something.
So the guide left the expedition. That would explain the workshop on the White Sand Beach, where I arrived.
Yes. Monsieur Everhard and Madame Ward, we had plenty of death in this island. I helped you as long as I could, but I won't be an accomplice to this ritual madness. I'm returning to the White Sand Beach to build a raft and leave this maudit Eid. I'll be there if you change your minds, but I won't wait too long. Maururu roa and Oravah Teoharoa.
Harry, that look on your face. You look deranged. They seem to loathe each other.
Can't stand your lunatic face. Can't stand the...
Harry, that look on your face.
Can't stand the noise you make when you eat. I can't stand you. Uh-huh.
She doesn't seem to care much about Harry. And she doesn't seem to be thinking straight either.
Harry's mental decline is more evident each day, but today he said he found some place to carry out some ritual. I have to get to the bottom of this. I have to keep doing what I've been doing up to now, listen to what he has to say, and go along with him. I can't stand him, but I have to tread lightly because it's only him and me now. And the Black Ichor. Who is the she? The she is Cassandra Ward.
The sun is setting. It is so beautiful.
The she is Cassandra Ward, an occultist, investigator, private PI, yeah, the actual Lovecraft protagonist of the story. Right. Because Lovecraft stories always have, like, the random guy who, like, shows up and tries to solve it. They've got the more grizzled investigator who either warns them away or gives them some important piece of information. And then they've got the pod people. And so, right, Cassandra's the more experienced investigator, the one who's been doing this for a while, has some idea of what's going on, and is actually, like, the hero of the story. Harry seems to think he's the hero of the story, but isn't. And...
This panel looks different from the others. It's much more elaborate.
Hopefully that should be close. Alright, I had the timing on the first three, okay? Ah, I was so close. No. What? What? I disagree. Oh heck. I just screwed that up for no reason. That's awkward. I've got the first three right. I'm doing that third one just wrong. I'm doing it way too late.
This must be my transportation to the sanctuary.
There we go. Like, the names are all really on point for the era. Sometimes you see historical fiction, they're putting a bunch of Ashleys and Jennies and Nathans through the era of Franks and Mays. This is true. But no, we have Nora, and Frank, and Cassandra, and Harry, and yeah. They are really doing, like, good 1930s names. As it feels nice. It's so crab-shaped. The ultimate boat-shaped. True. Become as crab. And final chapter? The spot to see the final thing. My question is, who escaped to send us the information? Right, we still haven't answered who sent us the knife and the letter. Presumably Cassandra did, because...
It all makes sense. Nothing bad is going to happen to me here. As menacing as this place might look.
Cassandra's
Island
key was
fuels
involved.
Those sea creatures. They're just defending themselves. Like a wild animal against an unknown threat. That's how they perceive
The game
their
does it,
tradition,
true.
like a threat. But
Jellyfish!
I, on the other hand,
Hi, Jellyfish.
I wasn't a threat. And I definitely wasn't unknown, was I?
Hi, Squid.
They seemed to recognize me, as if I was one of their own. Everything
North-
seems so distant now. As if I first stepped on that white beach thousands of
The,
years ago.
the Northern Lights. 74 nautical miles each of Tahiti.
Yesterday was a new moon. Did I lose track of time, or maybe this place isn't subject to the laws of physics? That's the only explanation I can find for this surreal night.
The Northern Lights. Local at this time of year.
It's hard to
Localized
believe
entirely
everything's
74 nautical miles east of Tahiti.
Maybe I'll open my eyes sometime and I'll be back in our home in Inglewood and everything will be as before. My perfectly ordinary life with Harry. My daily routines.
Aww.
My illness. That will be as before too.
Can I see it?
And then I'll need to shake off this strange feeling that I have now.
Oh.
Feeling that I don't really belong there
Okay.
anymore. And with there,
Jellyfish.
I don't mean Englewood, or Boston, or Newburyport. I mean... How is it possible that the strange events of only 2 days on this island makes more sense to me than the life that I've been living for years?
Well. What a beautiful aesthetic. I mean, look, while I'm making fun of the aurora in the Central Pacific, I mean, man, is this a strong aesthetic.
There it is. The sanctuary.
Talk about a coming out story. Yup.
So is this where you went, Harry?
I mean,
This is your last stop.
fair. Right, I think, right, if you want to read even Shadows over Innsmouth as, you know, a coming out story and one of, you know, trans empowerment, there's 100% space for that, and I think, in a lot of ways, right, this game definitely enables
These
that.
patterns look too familiar. There are drops of dried blood inside this altar.
Indeed.
Black ooze on a petri dish.
Oh god, Harry.
My god. This syringe has traces of black ooze. What the hell were you thinking?
Harry, you did the thing. Well, I suppose that's one way to solve the problem of being a fish out of time. Just become fish yourself. Evolve towards crab. Yeah, that does it.
So I have to put my hand inside? Moby Dick. Its pages are hollowed out, and its shape is...
The knife, yep.
a camera. It must be Cassandra's.
Yep. With a blown out bulb. You hold the camera all the way here.
Harry asleep in his tent. What a creepy photograph. Oh my, she sounds completely out of her mind.
Oh dear.
Let's give it a try. Ouch! Oh! Ah! What was that?
An injection.
Looks like a tattoo, but it isn't. Those are my spots. They've moved.
It was an injection. Fish give kiss. Exactly. But yeah, right, as we're pretty obviously coming up on the end of the stream, right, there's something super fun here of the fact that the plot...
This mural
that-
seems to describe a ritual involving blood. That dagger.
Yes. The plot as such, namely what happens with Harry and everyone else on the expedition, is about as bog standard of
Oh
a...
my goodness. And the gun barrel is empty.
Well,
Trail of blood. Someone was hurt. A woman's earring stained with blood. There's a bullet hole in here. If he's behind that door, I wonder which Harry I'll find. How much would be left of the man I love? And how much of the man who has lost his sanity in this place?
indeed.
Another camp. Although it's little more than a few things scattered about.
2 pocket watches. Man. Alright.
My dear old pal. I never should have trusted Cass. I thought she cared about you, but she's just mad, obsessed with this place. I can't trust her to help me overcome the last obstacle. This door. I know how to open it. But what I have to do is mix my blood with the black ooze. Am I mad for even considering that? It's the only way we can be together. It has to work, right? All this can't be a coincidence. The ritual is made for the two of us, isn't it, Nora? I wish you could be here. Damn it. I have to think it over. I can't. Tomorrow. Leave it for tomorrow. Damn it. Stop writing.
What are you saying, Harry? Don't you see what the black ooze does? What it did to the doctor? Are you out of your mind?
Uh-huh.
Harry, what is this? Looks like the ramblings of a madman.
Uh-huh. Strange dream today. I
A
was in
library? What are you talking about, Harry?
Pnakotos. Chat, that feels like it's a reference, and that's not a reference I...
This dagger looks exactly like the one I have. Was the blood of these creatures some sort of catalyst?
I don't recognize the reference in the library, but Pnakotus. I'm guessing it's another Lovecraft reference, but it might be a different occultism. Want fish books? Want fish books. Pnakotus, in the shadow of time. There it is. Thank you. Oh god.
Oh, I really hope this works.
Ugh. Please don't do that. There's better ways to... Don't slice your hands. You know, that's one for the bingo card. Yes, we're still working on the bingo card. Let's see. Unnecessarily slices and open. Please don't. There are nerves in there. You could just prick your fingers. You could, if you really need to do something, you can just slice, if you need a lot of blood, just like slice something on your arm. Not too deep, be careful around here, those are big things. But you can slice something here. Stab yourself in the leg. Do literally anything other than go for all the very delicate, like, fingery bits in here. This is not how you get a glucose reading. Exactly. I don't care if it's dramatic. Don't slice your hands open. Well. Hello, fish.
All these papers are riddled with incoherent...
Yeah. Bridges,
I wonder
dragons,
what this means.
gargoyles, animals! Some sort of
Those
creature.
stone statues
Okay.
seem to rotate with this switch.
One more big puzzle. And yes, we shall continue with the old-timey radio announcer voice. Oh god, it's one puzzle, but it's 4 puzzles, because of course it's 4 puzzles. Yeah. Exactly, right, Rita understands the assignment. In the question of what are they dragons, are they gargoyles?
I carried these people
They are
here
good boys.
to test them. Like a challenge of some sort.
What? No, I've definitely not been, I'm unintentionally switching between the dumb radio announcer voice and my regular voice. What are you talking about? I definitely have been paying attention to that and did it intentionally every time. Yup. Definitely. Indubitably.
I wonder what this means. Constellations and stars. These people seem to worship otherworldly gods.
Who could have predicted that? What? Lovecraftian fish people worshipping otherworldly gods? It's like when you play RDR2, you just naturally switch in and out of cowboy voice. True.
Where is this door leading me?
There's 4.
A shining constellation. I better draw it.
Alright, so we drawed all the things. And if we drawed all the things, what does this...
An eye and a star. Look at the stars, maybe. It's a pentagon-shaped symbol with channels in its edges. What was it used for?
I'm creating all of these star patterns, obviously. Oh. Okay. Two more. Okay. Oh jeez. Don't tell me I have to construct the... Don't tell me I have to...
Circular stones with strange carved symbols. These icons on the wheel are the same as the constellations I have on my hand.
Uh-huh, and we have to create complex shapes. This is going to be an issue, isn't it? Oh! Or I just did it right on the first try. I'm so good at this. Oh, Wolfie, I change my voice accidentally all the time. True. Another one for the bingo card. Somehow just works. Also, let's see. What's another one? Oh, yeah. Ancient deserted temple. Pre-lit torches. Man, it's gonna be such an easy... There's gonna be such an easy bingo to get, y'all. It's gonna be very funny. Well, we did thing number one.
What an odd structure. Riddled with nooks and crannies and endless stairways.
And
Maybe it only hurts the first time.
I think that's very unlikely.
Ah! The second also hurts.
Who could have predicted this? It was me. I predicted it.
When I arrived on this island, I felt like I was trespassing. But now, I feel like this is where I belong.
Well, that's probably not healthy. Not gonna lie. Exactly. Puzzles as security systems but clues to you to solve them. Exactly, right? I mean, I totally get why games do it. It's also extremely funny. Like... So that gives us a second type of thing that we can put onto... How the heck am I supposed to construct the... I, like, super don't know how to easily construct this. Pentagon, pentagon, pentagon. Oh, if I just do... Just do on that one? Wait. One. It's like if I just do this... I understand. So it can only be one of from each of these. I wish I had a better orientation point on where, like, point 1 is. Oh, that's... I do. Never mind. I should just turn these all off. There we are. Just turn that one off. Turn that one off. This one actually anything. I think it was this one. Just turn that one off. Okay. So, to open this door, we start at the big one. Start at the big one there. If we do that, gonna create... That is not the right design. That's not gonna be the one we want. Maybe just this one, right? This one goes that, does that. And then this one does that. There we go. Are the syringes really not that necessary? Yeah. Yeah, the syringe sounds are,
This place is like a labyrinth.
a lot.
They were submerged in black ichor.
Ichor. Yeah, that's... okay.
Harry seems to be on the brink of madness. But I don't feel the slightest hint of confusion. On the contrary, I feel my mind is more focused than ever. Again? Seriously?
Yep, third time's the charm. Hooray, thank you, tattoos. But yes. Seeing how this is a puzzle game, how do the puzzles feel to solve? I mean, once they click, they actually feel pretty good, and it's been pretty good about giving me the tools I need to solve them, and just... I have a slight streamer cursor on it, where Brain just says no, because it's like... Of course Brain just says no. But generally, right, except for the one funky one, they've actually all felt pretty good to try and solve. Right, there's just that one... I want to say it's there. So the point should be a big one? Yes. I don't know that I have the tool to do that one yet. We'll try it. We'll try this. That looks good. Then we take this one and we are up to that stage. This should be this one. Da ba da ba da ba. What's missing? Wait, I thought that was right. Ba da ba. Oh, it's just not set quite correctly. Nope. Alright, so that is the last one I have to do. So this one that one over there is the last one that needs doing. So we need to figure out how to construct the other one. Instead. It's like a tattoo printing press. A little bit, yeah. Now, what do I need for this? So, starting from... Actually, I may have had that right there. Does that look good? How does that look? The big one is there. That is there, that is... No, that's not it. It's this one that wants this. So that's that section. From this side we want... I want to say it's going to be this one. Yes. And then that leaves us with one more. So I believe this one wants this. Gives us that one. Look at how good we are. See? Once the style of the puzzle clicks, right, there was just like the one language puzzle that took a while to figure out what the heck it was wanted me to, or was even asking, and I got hit by a a bit of a red herring. And then there was the one where I just didn't understand that I had to like flip the switch first to make it invert the current. That one was on me. So that just creates a bridge. If I hit that one, what does that do? This is the one that the things do. Right? Where are the... The Howling Good Boys. Gotcha. So these guys right all create things based on
Good doggies, or dragons, whatever you are.
these. And then it's... Did this one move the white? Is that how that works? This removes the white ones. Okay. Wait, no. Why did you do that? But I should create a bunch of stuff over there. Just gonna create a path. Gonna create a path, gonna create a path. Get me off to where I need to get to. So then I should set this one up to create the last bit of path that I need for this. 1, 2, 3, and that's the Howling. The water is so blue, the water is so blue. And if the constellations changing over the time is going to be relevant, like I remember hearing that people thought the ancient star maps were wrong until it proved that the stars drift. Yeah. I highly doubt that it's going to be relevant, just because that's an, like, annoying as heck thing to try.
One more time.
Like, it's a super annoying thing to try and program, or to try and make...
Again.
Make happen. Like, it is super frustrating to actually try and deal with star drift, and it's much easier to be like, oh, the stars are just where the stars are. Especially for something as, like, dubiously ancient as Lovecraftian fish people civilizations, right? For lost civilizations, the stars moving is typically really bad evidence for the occultists. Like, it's something that actively messes with what the occultists are able to do.
Feel the agony of the slaves, their suffering, and the effects of their transformation. It's horrifying.
Because if it turns out the answer is just, you know, the stars have moved slightly, instead of, oh, there was some other change, right? That ends up being a much more, well, for lack of a better word, rational explanation. But to the occultist, it's like, well, the rational explanation can't afford to be correct, because that ruins the argument that it has to be something far spookier. So, anyway, let's start here with this one. That should be correct. Is that actually correct? I get the sense that might not be actually correct. The big one, though, are there multiple big ones on the outside ring of this? Yes, there are. Alright. So that's not that. I think we want to start over on this side. Well, we have one big ring there, and if we hit this, which ones light up? Still puts the... Well, that puts the big one in the wrong spot. Hmm. There's only a couple of big ones, right? One there, one there, one there, one there, one there. Okay. So this one's also big. Right here. Now we try this. Does that create the big one in two spots? 1 and 2. Yes, it does. That's the right spot there, then. We're gonna want this one, whichever one. I think it's that. Creates the extra line there. That, and then this thing. Great. This is supposed to split off. I think that's probably this one.
All the doors are open, but where is the constellation I need to open the throne room?
And then this does this. Perfect. Oh, well, that's a gate.
Another one of those gates. I have to get into the water again.
This is fine. Everything's fine. So this will give us the last, presumably the last spell we need, or the last constellation bit we need, and then give us the last clue, which is going to be great. So we just need to do this to go across the space, it looks like. I'm glad that they're not really letting ideas sit for too long.
Again? Seriously?
Yep. 5th time's the charm. Ow. That gives us all of them. Our entire hand has become as fish. And as stars. Starfish. That being said, where is the last constellation? Right, we have all the options. Now it's just figuring out the last constellation. When in doubt, my default is to try and just get everything lit up. But I don't know that that's actually what they are looking for. Oh.
I can feel the torment of the thousands of slaves who perished here.
Mischief. Alright, so now that everything is open, what do I think is the answer here?
The stars are aligned, forming a constellation that I don't recognize. That is not the same sky you can see from Earth.
Are they really
But if
fish
that's
people or
not
are they
the Earth
amphibian
sky,
people?
Where am I now?
You know, a fair point.
An eye and a star. Look at the stars, maybe.
Alright, so we're gonna turn off everything and then we're gonna try and build that star up. Turn off all the other ones. This one was already off. Let's turn that one off. And let's turn this one off. This is not necessarily efficient, but it is, I need it for my own sanity. So, the big one on the outside there, has to be right here. So if we start there, up, sideways, and like super squiggly. So in other words, this one. Now, well, the idea was good. The execution was all over the place. That works. Up and then over there, over to the big one. From the big one, we get a pretty much straight line across. So, what shape actually does that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be this. Nope. The idea is right, the spot is wrong. This one? Potentially? No. Also incorrect. Huh? 3, 4, bam. That is incorrect. Alright. But this one's already taken, right? This one doesn't set it up correctly anyway. What other options are there? That just does that again, so we don't want that. That works. That gets us to the other big one. The other big one. You can get access to... Nope, not that. Not that. That one? On the big one. Bam, bam. There. No, that's not it. So it's not that one. It's definitely not that one. There's certainly... Actually, it might be that one. But there's nothing saying it can't be that one. Yeah, I suppose there's nothing saying it can't be that one. Da 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 da. That just leaves this spot left. That one? Not that one. Let's see. Nah. 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 I feel like it does have to be this one. It could be potentially that one? Don't like that. Yeah, no. Can't be that. For sure it's not that one. What am I doing off here? So we go da 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 da. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. That's a diagonal line over to the next big one, diagonal line over to the next big one. Those two can't connect, that's fine. We go 1, 1. We go over, we go over. We go up to that, and then that. Okay. That's correct, though. Unless if I'm blind. That's the... No, that's right.
It's a pentagon-shaped symbol with channels in its edges. What was it used for?
Am I missing something? Like... Huh? Right, if we start with the big one. Start with the big one. You got 1. And then you head over 2 to get to another big one. Up 1, and then over 2 to get to a big one. Look at the star button again. Where did you go? Star button.
An eye and a star. Look at the stars, maybe.
Alright, I did that. Chat, I'm open to suggestions here. Like, am I forgetting something? Maybe there's a button to push somewhere.
They carried these people here to test them. Like a challenge of some sort.
I mean, right, the button somewhere makes sense, except that they haven't had buttons at any point previously in this level. Like, it hasn't had buttons thus far. Alright. That's strange. There's a button to push. Oh no, I already pushed that button. You hope it doesn't have to be mirrored. So you're making sense, but I don't think that's it because you can see, right, there's big and there's little stars, and there's big and there's little button or little, like, not light up doodads. It just seems like we have the wrong star alignment on the floor? Oh. Well, that's funky. Okay. Fair enough. What is the star alignment supposed to be then? Like, if I just solved it wrong, I just solved it wrong. Like, that happens. But if you wanna help out, like, the tattoos don't help anything because they're just the same shapes as. Because that's the overall map, those are the 4 shapes. And it just tells us the same shapes as what we have lit up. Like that looks right, big, up, over, over. What other options are there for right here? Because that's definitively not it. That's, no. I guess that one could be. I guess it could be that one. It could be this one. It could be, yeah. All right, I might have, you know, gotten more on track here. The point is, you create a relatively contiguous. So the problem is, I think it was too closed of a pattern when I wanted a more, when I should have wanted a more open one. Yep.
The door to the sanctuary is open. It's time to find out what's waiting for me inside.
The problem is I need to be one line to one dot or no loops, and I had loops.
There's something written on the floor. Fall. Haven't I heard that word in my dreams? What a disturbing mirror. Is it made of black ichor? I feel like it is speaking to me.
That's not right.
Heavens.
0 out of 10. Solidly don't recommend that. Do talk to your doctor if black mirrors are speaking to you.
My God.
You love the art in these flashes? Same.
Nothing that happens here appears to respect the most basic rules of physics. However, as strange as it may be, it does maintain a peculiar harmony.
Yep. Also, hi Cthulhu. Good to see you. How have you been? How's the kids?
Like the workings of a clock. Or a music box. Harry, is that you? No, 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 no! Tell me this isn't you, Harry. It can't be you. It can't be. No, no. Why did you do it? Oh my God, Harry, no! In the end, you performed the ritual. You poor fool. But why? I don't understand it. Why? You knew it. You knew it wasn't going to work. ritual wasn't going to work. That's why you never sat on the throne. You didn't even perform the ritual, did you, Harry? But you wanted me to think that you had. You even left a lure to confuse me. But why?
Ha! Well, good job, Harry.
What really happened?
Well,
The only person with you in that sanctuary beach was Cassandra. So if you didn't die, it had to be her. Did she use the dagger to open the gates and carry out the ritual? You tried to stop her, but it was too late. She shot you with your own gun and left you for dead, didn't she, Harry? Because Cassandra was ambitious and would stop at nothing to uncover the secrets here. The island fueled that hunger for knowledge.
uh-huh.
I had doubts about whether the ritual would work. But what happened to Cassandra cleared up those doubts. The ritual wasn't for people like you. The ritual was only for people like me. But you refused to believe it until the island itself spoke directly to you. Haha Folgarfen. She is our daughter. That's when you finally understood. You understood what my fate would be if I didn't come here and carry out the ritual. A slow and painful death. So you faked your own demise and left your glasses near Cassandra's corpse. Those same glasses you never take off. And you sent me the package from Dignity, Harry. Your picture, the key, the dagger. Another one of your scavenger hunts.
Aww.
And I took the bait. You made me come to this island, the same island where you almost lost your mind and your life. The same island where 4 members of your expedition perished. Why did you deceive me, Harry? You said you would never lie to me. Why didn't you tell me the truth? Why did you do this to me? Because you knew that I would never accept my fate if it meant leaving you. Right, my love? Not even if staying with you would mean a slow and painful death. So the only way to get me to leave you was to make me believe you were dead. And you chose to live a life without me, so I could be who I really am. That's why you tried to deceive me. But I know you too well, my dear old pal. We've had so many years together, so many moments of love, happiness, understanding, friendship. A whole beautiful life with you. I know what you tried to do, but I can't let you make this decision for me, Harry. Either I embrace my fate and accept what I've always been, and leave you behind. Or I reject it, and return home with you, to relish the time that my illness gives us.
Aww.
It's my decision to make.
Aww.
You were right about one thing, Harry. I would never accept my fate if it meant leaving you. I know who I really am, and where I belong. I know fate has eternal life in store for me, but an eternal life without you is worthless, meaningless. So, I choose the slow and painful death. I'm going back home.
Aww.
You staged this ruse because you love me. But true love is reciprocal. So I'm also making this decision because I love you. Our love is greater than fate, lineage, or all the pain I can suffer. Whatever time we have left, we'll spend together. When the time comes, it will be your hand that holds mine. And those beautiful blue eyes will be the last thing I see before I leave.
At least invest in a humidifier. Exactly. Move out of Denver, at the very least. You can get a good few years if you move to California. I hear Santa Cruz is lovely.
So, you didn't find your husband on that island, Mrs. Everhart.
I did find my husband. He wasn't on the island, though.
But what have you been doing these 3 days? What did you find then?
I don't know. The truth about myself, I suppose.
Exactly.
And at
Get
the
a
same
nice
time,
coastal property.
A reason to go back home.
You can go for long,
I
fishy
don't think
swims.
I follow you.
Have you ever been in love, Captain Hodgson?
In love? You mean like in a romance?
No, that's fiction, Captain. In real life, true love stories
Aww.
don't end with a wedding. They end with a funeral. And the only thing that eases that final moment of heartbreaking sadness are all the good memories lived together.
Honestly,
Aw.
I don't think I've ever felt anything like that, Mrs. Everhart. But if you love your husband that much, he's certainly a lucky man.
We are both lucky.
God, he's gonna be so surprised when we rock up in Colorado and be like, surprise. Captain Hodgson's married to the sea.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
1,
In
2, don't forget the
1945.
harmony. 1, 2, 3.
Aww. Well, this was delightful.
All my
This
life
was-
is empty since I went away. Skies
Aw.
don't seem to be so clear. May some angel send
It's funny. The
guard you while I stray, and fate be kind to
oh,
join
Yuri
us
Lowenthal's
some
Harry
sweet
Everhart.
day.
Let's go.
Oh,
There you go.
I miss you.
Aw.
Dear old pal of mine.
Yep.
Each night
Call of the
and
Sea
day
isn't a descent into madness, but a rise to sanity.
you're
Yeah.
always mine.
I mean, the thing that's nice about this is, in some ways, it's
Bless you. Angel hands
like,
caress you.
from a disability studies angle, and like, I don't have any chronic illnesses. There's a limit to which I'm able to speak to that. But at the same time, right, the importance of getting a diagnosis, even if there's no cure,
I'm so lonely. How I miss your smile.
but the importance of getting a diagnosis and having a support network and being empowered to make the choices that are best for you,
Just want you,
like, feels really great.
want you all the while. May God decree I have you back someday.
Aww. What a wholesome cover.
Oh, how I miss you, dear old pal.
It's kind of like a rejection of the underlying ethos of Lovecraft's world. It absolutely is, and that's the fun thing about Lovecraftian stuff, right?
Night and day I pray you're always mine.
Like,
Sweetheart, may God bless you.
aw,
Are you alright?
I'm fine, Harry, don't worry. I can keep going.
aw.
No, listen, let's leave it for today. You shouldn't make any unnecessary efforts.
Really, darling, I'm fine.
You need to rest, Nora. Come on.
Aw.
I'll take you to bed.
No. Aw. But yeah, the fun thing about Lovecraft games and also adventure games, is that they have such a rich lineage with a
Even
very
today,
specific reality.
So many years later, I still doubt whether I did the right thing. In the end, it didn't matter. You returned home and forgave my deception. We moved close to the sea and had a few more good years, didn't we? Until you left me at one sunny March morning. I wish I could be reunited with you. But fate has punished me with a long and sorrowful life, with no other incentive than my work, because that is the only thing I have now, my dear old pal.
There it is. Harrison Everhart, Dean of Archaeology, University of Miskatonic, Markham, Massachusetts. Yep, there it is at the end. Yeah. But yeah, right, this game does such a good job on sort of commenting on the things that I guess otherwise would be very tropey. So, right, like, the thing it does is it, like, takes a Lovecraftian horror narrative and says, we're experiencing it after the fact, a la Bioshock, with a sense of sublimity attached to that kind of uncovering, and a sense of empathy attached to that uncovering. And then using that to kind of reject the selfishness and the sort of xenophobia or the broad paranoia of so much of Lovecraft's world, and instead use that to, like, tell a love story. And a love story that is about, kind of framed in the archaeology of the, what is, like, I don't know, superficially the archaeology of an exotic culture, but then isn't actually, because we can emphasize very quickly that this is a fictional cultist culture. And within a fictional cultist culture that's well attested in 19th and early 20th century pulp literature, right, it's able to broadly, not completely, not completely, but broadly, escapes some of the orientalizing and exoticizing trends of, that's inherent in Lovecraft, of, the poor people and the not white people are all worshipping eldritch gods, and that's bad. Like, it skips all that, because it's just like, no. This is something different. What that god is never explained, but, you know, the Innsmouth fish people in the Pacific, they're fine. They're fine. They're capable of, like, emotions. They're chill. They're not trying to do anything. They're not trying to hurt people. They're not spooky things that have to be punched with a Norwegian boat. They're just there. And let them be. And it's okay. It doesn't need to be explained. It doesn't need to be conquered. It's okay for it to just exist. And for that existence to be grounded in familial love. And that's okay. And that's like the best possible thing you can pull out of this. And so in the end, I'm just like, well, it's a very pleasant game, right? This was overall an extremely pleasant game, and I had an extremely good time with it. Now, I'm gonna make dinner, so hope you enjoyed this 6 hours with us. If you like this and are just have not yet, do hit that follow button, because we do stream 3 times a week of a variety of stuff. We'll be returning to Kingdom Come Deliverance on Tuesday, so in a post-Pentiment world, going back and exploring that. Also, if you like this, go pick up this game, because it's going to cost you a grand total of free on the Epic Games Store right now, for like the next few days, so, you know, that's exciting. Highly recommend that. But yeah, if you want to support the channel more, definitely consider joining the Discord, or heading over to Patreon, where for as little as $2 a month, you can help support the channel, hang out with the community, get a whole bunch of other fun, cool stuff. But regardless of all that, until next time I see you, whether that's next stream or some future one, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for tuning in for, like, most of the 6 hours. That's pretty wild. And until next time I see you, I hope you all have a very good rest of your nights and rest of your weekends, alright? Bye-bye.